Welcome, everybody, to Championship Sunday Cup. All of the top 3 seeds have made it to this point, but it has been a tournament of upsets and ridiculous plays. It's actually giving us a slight example of that. But what we've now got is an intense race to get those top 5 spots going to Rotterdam. And today is going to have so many implications as to who is going to be able to claim those spots. Shogun here, joined by Johnny Cole. We got rid of Dazzler. He got a prediction wrong yesterday. He's no longer allowed to be on it with us.
Is that what happened? Wait, I didn't know this is how it works.
Perfection is what we are after. Okay.
Just wait till you see my bracket. Okay.
I am looking forward to it with bated breath. But before we get into anything right now, I want to chat to you in the Twitch chat because we still have tickets available for the Rotterdam Major. You can get to those tickets. Select one of you, one person. Discuss amongst yourself who is going to take on this mighty task. One person in the chat, !ticket. The link will be there. If everybody spams it, you're not going to be able to find the link, are you? So one person,
here we go.
take it amongst yourself.
I'm opening up chat right now. I'm opening up chat right now.
Yeah, I need to open it up. I need to see this.
No. Stop fanboying over Johnny. He's not important, all right? That's exclamation mark brackets. That's the wrong one entirely. You know what?
Wait, everyone's getting deleted, Shogun. Everyone's getting deleted.
Oh, what? My message got deleted. I typed exclamation mark hi Shogun
as well. Well, let's see who got deleted out of the bracket yesterday as we talk about some of the most dominant performances that we got. We saw Moist 4-1 Aogiri, but lads, Johnny, we thought none of us were predicting any sweeps. We got 2 of them.
Yeah, we got more sweeps than we expected, and I think for me, they were from matchups I didn't really see sweeps coming in as well. So great stuff at the upper side of the bracket. We thought it would be a bit closer than it was. Turned out not to be, but even the lower side, starting off pretty one-sided. I think we're going to see more from this Aogiri team as the season goes on, though. Making a great showing for themselves. You're nearly made top 8 last time as well. They're really starting to make consistent results happen.
I may be wrong, but didn't Daz predict a 4-0 for Vitality versus Evil Geniuses?
No, there was no sweeps. No one.
Well, he said if
there.
there's going to be a sweep, it'll be there. So in fairness, he did say if he had to predict on it would be there. That's a great shot from Extra. He had a couple of bangers actually this weekend, really popping off, but it wasn't enough against the mighty Karmine Corp.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and I love that reaction as well. Look at that. That's a man who is fully into it. We then saw Evil Geniuses versus Team Vitality, and it was a 4-0, but I think it wasn't as comfortable as perhaps a few of us remember. The first game in particular, Vitality had to come back with, I think, 40 seconds left or so. Evil Geniuses had a long lead. And as you can see here in Game 3 as well, they just couldn't keep them. Team Vitality's attack was too good, too consistent. And we are seeing this new version of Vitality start to pick teams apart and looking like the scary version of themselves that we're used to. And look what it means to them. That's what you want to see from Vitality.
Those good vibes. We talked to Sizen yesterday. I mean, they're feeling good. Like, I really like when you see a team have fun playing the game, even in like high pressure moments, and for them to like, most teams have a pop off, but he came into the interview, good vibes and everything. I think that's really cool to see a team have so much fun playing the game at a high level. Yeah, Quadrant, they took care of Tundra. I mean, look, it was a 4-0. Quadrant went out and got the job done. Cash was immaculate. Ixo and Cash duo is just unstoppable right now. Quadrant marched through that quarterfinal.
Yeah, too easy. And I mean, Relating Wave said in the post-match interview that he just wasn't impressed with Tundra. It's a savage, pure savagery from Relating Wave. They hope for more from their opponents. Didn't get it. Got the 4-0.
My goodness. BDS out yet again. There are questions being asked. The big question is, are they even going to make it to Rotterdam? We've got quite a few teams that did very well at the World Championship struggling at this point. But here's how the points currently look as top 5 get you through to that major. You need to get on the upper side of these points. You got through the difficult bit. The Swiss bracket is brutal, but once you get here, it's all about gaining 2 extra points, 3 extra points, and if you win that grand final, you're getting 4 extra points. But KC, Oxygen, Quadrant, Moist, they're looking pretty happy at the moment. Oxygen, despite not making that top 8, in a very nice spot indeed. But then you look from 5th onwards, that is a lot of teams who just need 1 pop-off tournament to make it. BDS, not the lock-in that they once were.
Look at Vitality, Shogun, before you move on. Look at Vitality on the right there, 9 points. Looks like they're way behind, but there's so many points. The point jumps today are so massive that they can actually
get 3, and they can get 7 more out of it.
They can go 16 points total, which would be like 5th place by 4, which is huge. So Vitality, if they win this event, are right back in control of their destiny.
They did that last season as well. I'm pretty sure it was full Regional 1, they went out 16th. Then full Regional 2, they finished either the top 4 in the finals and then made that full major. So they have, as an org, they've got a history of doing this.
Listen, me and Johnny talked about this yesterday. I was still very upset that Vitality actually made it to that one because we got to that quarterfinal. No. It is not, because we got to that quarterfinal. We were just like, look, we're waiting to see who steps up. And everyone just lost their quarterfinal match to get through, hoping that Europe is going to have a massive push in our tournament in 2 weeks' time to see who can probably get what looks to be one final spot. We talked about how BDS have not made it through today, but they've got quite a few plays in our top 3. Johnny, let's get started off with the one play that they don't own on this list.
Yeah, I'm glad to see this man right here, Stizzy, making huge plays. This was only one of the great plays that he made. What a catch. He'd get a first touch like this mid-air off the top of a pop pass from Ocelon and have full control. I mean, you can't really blame the defense for underestimating him on that one. You need to keep an eye on this guy. If you're sleeping on Stizzy, then that's your mistake. He's an unbelievable player. Got his team top 8 this weekend.
Stizzy's goal was clean, but this, coming from the inside out to get the flip reset, and then, bang, get a pinch at approximately 400,000 kilometers per hour over the top of 2 goalkeepers. Look at that, they didn't even start, even Vatira in goal there. Karmine Corp playing so well, but I don't think 15 players could have kept that one out.
I think that was a great pinch, and there's only one man that can outdo Seiko, and that's Seiko making a fantastic save on the goal line. A millimeter about to go in, and the angle that he approached the ball to, most players, I swear, would just own goal that one. That was such a tough save with players in front. You could even see Vatira kind of backflip off the post to try and keep this going. Here's a better look at Vatira. That is one heck of an effort from Vatira, and yet Seiko still makes the save around him.
It's a good save, But it's not number one, is it? Come on, the pinch.
I mean, we
from
just
the
saw
back
number
wall.
one.
We did, but I'm fighting back. Recount, everybody. That is not right. I'm on team pinch. 100%.
Team save.
That's a team of one. Yeah,
Pinch or save
one.
in chat. Pinch or save. Which one should have been number one? I want to know what people think.
One for Seiko and type 2 for Seiko for who you think should get that first spot. Yeah, my goodness. BDS, two of the top plays that we had yesterday, not here whatsoever. But the two teams that we want to focus on first before we get into our matches are the two teams that have maybe surprised us the most. I think Moist and KC, we kind of expect that they were going to be up here.
Yeah.
Vitality and Quadrant, let's talk about them a little bit in our spotlight, because Quadrant, we did not have as a top team. Vitality were not even a top 16 team 2 weeks ago. And now they're up here with an opportunity, as Johnny said, to maybe go 4 points up in that top 5. Where do we want to get started? Who do we want to talk about? Like, there's so much to get into for both of these teams. Starting, Johnny, let's talk about the CJ buff, because apparently it's super real.
Yeah, every single player who has made a guest appearance on the CJ podcast has made top 4. 7 out of 7 in a row now. So Cash, who was on the show, he's made top 4. I think CJ tweeted out today, all right, buddy, you're on your own from now.
You're on your own.
You're on your own. This is where the buff ends. We can't guarantee a grand final or a win, but semis, we got you this far. But they don't even need to go any further this event. The job is pretty much done. The pressure's off. They're way clear in points from the teams below them. Obviously, with the history that Cash in particular has of, I'm going to say it, choking majors. They keep on choking majors. In the past, last season, didn't make any because they kept on losing in regional number 3. The fall invitational coming up. He's got to be, slightly worried about that. But they're in a fantastic position. He's never been in a better position than now.
Cash has also never made an RLCS final. For all of his skill, all of his brilliant goals, the amount of times he's been so close to consistently making these majors. So I think when you say the pressure's off, I think we need to remind ourselves that actually these are competitors, and even though they're building up to worlds, to majors, etc., they want to win this tournament. They want to win it right now. So this would be a huge day for Cash. And also, Corelli, it's his birthday. It's little Cash's birthday. Lovely little Cash. Yeah, happy birthday, Cash.
What do you say? 21. I think he's 21 today.
Is he?
I was just
Really?
pulling that up. Yeah, that's what he
Cash
said.
is 21 today?
21.
No way.
Yeah.
He's so mechanical.
Happy birthday.
No,
I know.
No.
Wait, that's not right.
No.
Is he?
That'll do it.
It says he's 20 on his. Is he 21 or 20? Somebody help me out here.
I'm
either
looking at his
way,
tweet right now. It says 21.
he's 21 and he's that mechanical. I thought, by then, by
that's not allowed.
21, Rock League pros are just completely forgetting how to flip reset. Can't speed flip. Can't do
The
anything.
brain starts to shut down. I'm 28. I know how that goes. It gets a little slower.
I think Turtle's the only one currently on our broadcast that can still do mechanics with his age. What's Turtle, like 15 still? Like
Something like that.
Yeah,
maybe
something-
16. He might have turned 16
ridiculous.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about Vitality in this matchup. Where do you guys stand on Vitality?
I don't
Are
trust him.
they?
I don't trust
You don't.
I don't trust
You
him.
don't trust
No.
him.
No. Why would
Why
I?
not?
Look, this is a great run. I can't. The thing is, I'm going to be coming from a side here that makes no sense because they've beaten Moist, they've beaten Oxygen, they're sitting
You really
top
are in
4.
Stumpy's spot today.
However, I don't trust them. I think this is a great run for them this week, but I don't know what to expect next week. I don't know what to expect tomorrow. I can't imagine that this team, for all of the talk that we said about, we even had it in the Chalkcast, Johnny, we were there, doubting the players, talking about all the cloud of Zen hanging over this Vitality squad. And of course they want to perform well because nobody wants to get kicked from this team. But for them to not qualify and then sit top 4, I don't know what you are. Are you somewhere in the middle? Are you at the far end on the good side? Are you on the bad end? I don't know what you are. Right now they're playing well.
Let me tell you one thing. So if they win this round, they're going to be up to 11 points. And then if they finished off second in the next event, I think they would, what would that accumulate them? 23. If they lose, if they lose this semi today, I'm pretty sure they need to win next event. So either way, regardless, if they're not winning this event, they're probably going to need to win the next one. So it's either this one or next one. I think it's got to be this one. I think that they got a much better chance of winning this one than the next event. Well, you've got to think that one of like BDS or someone else who's in the 12-point range are going to make top 4 next time, which really makes it, almost Vitality to win today.
Done with your point.
Cole, do you trust them? Do you trust Vitality?
I'm starting to trust Vitality. I feel like they've got a decent dynamic. You know, Sizen is a really good first man. Radosin is slotting in at the back, and Alpha is playing better than we've seen him play for a long time. He will always be pretty much any team's star man, even today, even though he's had this quiet year, I guess you'd say. He's looking like the Alpha that we used to know, and I think we've forgotten that he is a player that can single-handedly win. You know, the RLCS Championship, it was Alpha who was just playing stunning throughout, scoring filthy goals. He did forget.
He's not been that player for ages.
Yeah, exactly.
We're going to find out very soon. I feel like we're kind of figuring out who's predicted what for that matchup, but we'll find out very soon.
Really going big on my country.
We're going to go into our fifth topic of today, leading questions. Now, let me just explain real quick. Let me just tell you something. The way this is going to work is that we all have opinions, but no matter how often we express these opinions, the whole world just tells us we're wrong. So what we're going to do is we're going to express the opposite opinion of what we might normally do. I'm going to give Johnny a statement that he definitely believes. Johnny's going to give Cole a statement that he definitely believes. Cole to Corelli, Corelli to me. And also, we have to really, really try and justify it, no matter how much in the back of our mind we might hate this. And we're going to also not make it too easy. You're not allowed to monologue about it. We're going to challenge you, right? You've got to make sure that you really believe in this.
Oh, man.
So, Johnny,
so
mate.
You're gonna tell me something, and I have to back it up regardless. Like, I just have to back it up no matter what. Okay.
Yep.
Get ready.
I'm going to tell you what you think and then tell you why you're wrong for thinking
Don't clip
it.
this. Don't
Clip it. Get ready to clip.
So, Johnny, mate, in your own words, why has Mina been a disappointment since they joined the RLCS?
So Middle East, they've been a massive disappointment since they've joined RLCS. They've attended, every major and every international event they've attended, they've failed to win it. That's a disappointment. In fact, they didn't even show up for Winter Major because they thought they were going to lose. They thought no point going that far. That's a long way just to lose. So let's just not even bother going. So clearly a massive disappointment. I mean, how are you attending that many lads not winning?
What happened? So what are you saying about London? You know, London, they did really well. Why are you not?
I mean, imagine getting two shots
to
at the grand final and you don't win either of them. You just lose twice, like to the same team. I mean, what are you doing?
You're really going in on Falcons here, Johnny. You are really going in on them.
Falcons.
I mean, you would. It's a more in-depth region than just Falcons.
Right.
Come on.
No, clearly not, because Falcons won every event and regionally. So, I mean, how much depth can you really have if teams win at every event? That's just
so you don't rate like Rawas and Clears?
No, I mean they've already lost, haven't they? They had their chance and they've already thrown it all away to the bin. They lost last weekend. They didn't even make it to the final. They lost in the semis. So yeah, they're chopped, completely chopped.
All right, we're gonna move on. I love that. That was great fun.
All right,
Johnny, over to Cole.
Okay, Cole. In your own words, explain to me why you think Boost is overrated and it should be removed from the game of Rocket League.
Just double jump. I think that boost isn't really that important. All these players banging on about, boost pads. Have you ever, in real life, needed a boost pad? Why is it different in Rocket League? That's my question. What makes this game different to just your everyday life? You've driven a car, Johnny. You ever used boost? No, it's stupid.
But okay, hold on. What happens if the ball's too high for a double jump to reach it? Where are you supposed to?
How do you fly?
Well, you don't need to fly. What do you think walls are for? What do you think ceilings are for? You drive up the wall onto the ceiling, full. just full. All right, gravity. Okay. It's an important thing.
Do you feel like that maybe lowers the skill that Rocket League might take?
But I think we can all agree that Rocket League has too high a skill ceiling at the moment. All of us should be able to compete in the RLCS. All of us watching this should be able to compete
I see your angle
in the
now.
RLCS. So I think that
finally happens.
Yeah.
I think that boost is just something that isn't really needed at this
what's your
level.
current ranking, by the way, Cole?
Yeah.
What's your rating?
I'm somewhere in the bronze-ish,
Checks out.
Somewhere around there. Bronze 2, and I'm proud of that. I fought hard to get to bronze 2, okay? There's nothing wrong with that.
Are we happy to let Cole?
Yeah. Let's hear Cole's question.
Now, I'm going to ask Corelli about something that he's very passionate about. Corelli, in your own words, why should Rocket League exclusively be best of one?
Well,
take a sip.
I think it's the mantra that we all preach. Just win. You got to win one time, and you're the winner. Winning after you've lost makes no sense in a best of 3. If you go 1-1, I already won the first game. Why should I have to play a second game? Is really the thing. Why should we have to play 7 if I've won the first game. The idea should be we should play one game, and whoever wins that game is the winner of it all. And anything after that doesn't really matter, because why would I want to win and then lose and then have to win again? Makes no sense to me.
But what about the Moist v Furia Game 7? One of the best Game 7s ever, or Justin's goal that came in Game 7 in the original London?
I mean, realistically, that's just 7 game best of ones, in my opinion, is what that is.
Oh god, he's actually doing really well at this. I'm sure.
Yeah, we're supposed to be making this difficult, but I kind of agree.
He's
so we've been doing it wrong this whole time.
In your ideal scenario here, is it a 5-minute game or is it just a 20-minute?
You keep you keep everything 5 minutes. You play one game.
The broadcast end a bit too early.
This is competition, baby. I don't care about the broadcast. We're going to find out who's the best team. And the best team wins the first game, the first time, in the first 5 minutes.
I think Corelli's won. We haven't got to me yet. I don't think I can beat Corelli here.
Right. Corelli's to Shogun now, is it?
Yeah.
Mr. Shogun.
Hello.
In your own words, explain to me the ways that G2 was better than BDS in the grand finals of World Championships.
Oh, this is easy, mate. Let's be honest. In my own words, I honestly think BDS kind of just lucked through it because they had the easier side of the bracket in this one. I mean, they really have to go through Furia, who were already tired. I mean, you've gone through that against Moist. What are you going to do? Do more of that? I don't remember. Karmine Corp? Come on, Karmine Corp were just going to give it over to their mates. I don't even
No, Shogun, you're not understanding the question. I'm talking about the grand finals.
Yeah.
Explain to me.
I'm explaining why BDS shouldn't have even been there first. G2
Why is G2 better than them?
Oh, G2 easily better purely because they're just faster. Let's be honest. If G2 are hitting their shots and they didn't really get, opportunity to because they were too busy just being nice on this one, welcome hosts, as you might want to call them, because they're in the home country. They want to make sure that the French are at least feeling somewhat comfortable. They want to try and take it too early from them. So they were just being a bit too nice. BDS were very rude about the entire thing.
Is that why the crowd all left early? Because G2 was so much better?
I think so. Look, you don't want to watch a charity tournament, really. It was supposed to be the highest level, and you were sat there watching just why is this just getting handed over? Why are they handing over the prize pool? I think on G2's part, they probably should have just taken it. Just watch them cry over in the corner. I don't care. Just be the better team that you actually are, G2.
But they lost 1-4.
Only game 1 matters, though, Corelli, I heard.
Which BDS won.
They lost game 1 as well, yeah.
They lost twice.
All right. So hear me out on this one. It's time to move on to the next topic. Let's go.
The smell falls around us. We are free.
He's too powerful.
Corelli, wow. You win. You win on that one quite handily, if I'll be honest with you. Let's take a look at what we predicted for today. We also have Stumpy's available, but we'll look at that one last. So, Johnny, let's bring up your bracket. You got 3 of them right yesterday, 1 of them wrong. And here's what we're going with. Quadrant Vitality, KC over Moist, and then KC over Vitality. Okay.
That's a big Vitality win against Quadrant as well. So, a Vitality popping off or Quadrant a bit poor today in your world?
Well, the thing is that... Oh, wait, let's get
into the moment. Let's get into a moment.
Sorry. All right, okay.
Let's bring up my amazing one. Sorry for the spoilers here, everybody, but this is how today is going down.
Okay.
Wow.
I've gone huge.
Oh, Moist. The Moist were 2 different this time.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm either last today or I'm first. I don't
Vitality as well.
I don't hate it.
You don't hate it. Awesome. Looking forward to seeing what you've got. Cole.
Hello.
Yours up, shall we?
Yeah, I think I've joined Team Corelli in not trusting Vitality. I think that they'll be second. They would have taken that at the start.
Don't hate it. Don't hate it.
I think Corelli has got.
Are we all different so far?
We are very different.
Okay, Corelli, keep it going. Really huge Vitality versus KC final on the way.
Love it. Love it. Love it.
Oh my, we all have different brackets. There's no way.
Love it.
This is perfect.
Look at the winner, too. That is beautiful.
Wait.
Even Cole's dog loves it. Let's have a look at Stumpy's.
I muted so quick when my dog started barking.
Stumpy, by the way, is the only one of us that is on for a perfect bracket. He got everything right yesterday. He has not changed anything.
I think we're all... Did you do this as well, Shogun? Is that your one, Shogun? No. This is
no. Mine's different because I've got a Moist versus Vitality final.
How have we all 5 got different brackets after yesterday being so similar? That's insane.
Good news, everyone. We're very likely to have one of us get it right.
No, I think somehow we'll all be wrong. That's my dream for all of us to be completely. I don't know if that's possible, but
Well,
yeah,
we're all wrong
so.
because none of us are predicting anyone from that first semi-final to take the whole thing.
Wait,
don't
I
believe-
am.
Are
I have
you?
Quadrant.
Yeah,
Oh, no,
really
Can
don't.
we get,
sorry.
Can we get Corelli's back up?
Yeah, throw it back up there.
You've got
back up
Quadrant
there.
taking it all.
I said, look at the
That's
final.
crazy.
Okay,
Yeah,
we
they
made
look-
my
they
job
look so shaky.
really easy.
I've
Why?
I've got a question here. So I think Relating Wave in his post-game interview yesterday was so disappointed in Tundra because he doesn't even think that they played very well. I think he probably knows that Quadrant are a bit shaky and they still won 4-0. So he's thinking, what on earth are these guys doing in the quarterfinals? How do we play this poorly in 4-0?
Quadrant is shaky. Relating Waves
Yeah.
getting flip
They were-
resets.
Did you
Quadrant,
see
that's
the
so
goals
many
they were
whiffs.
conceding, mate?
So many whiffs. Their defense was a shambles. I think that Vitality are going to be a problem for them.
I disagree.
If you're a championship-winning team, my description of your defense should not be wibbly-wobbly. You know, it's
In
got
the
to be
semi-wemmies.
strong.
Semi-wemmies.
Shout out to that.
Look, Quadrant have the two best performing players in this regional right now, Cassie and Ixo offensively.
Mhm.
I think that's going to carry them through.
no, their
this
offense is
Vitality
good.
squad because I don't
good.
trust Vitality.
I trust
also-
Vitality more than Quadrant, but
We're also forgetting the CJ buff and the birthday buff. Can we
That's
just
right.
take a
And
second to
the-
remember
wow.
it's his birthday? It comes but once a
Birthday.
year.
The
Is
birthday buff
birthday a
basically
buff?
means that we don't, as
Is it
fans,
a
get
buff?
what we want. We never get the fairy tale
When-
ending. That's the reason why G2 didn't win the World Championship,
Basically, when you're as
which
young
they
as
should have
Cash,
done, you know, as I mentioned.
right,
when
right,
you're as young
right.
as Cash, birthday's a buff. When you're our age, birthday no longer becomes a buff. It
That's
becomes
right.
a weight around your neck.
It's a nerf.
Not another one.
You get nerfed every year.
He's just walking up with like a
Exactly.
really sore hand, like, I don't think I can play today, lad.
I peaked like 3 years ago, 27.
All right, should we bully the one person that isn't here? Right? Can we get Stumpy?
Oh, yeah.
because
Let's see
he's
what
the one
Stumpy's
that's on for a perfect at the moment, and I don't know how I feel about it.
So he had
Is
Casey winning,
actually-
and he had Casey winning over Quadrant.
I want to remind you guys, he's not changed this. This is what he sent yesterday before seeing anyone
Yeah.
play, which I feel like is more kudos on that.
Nah, I mean, it's actually not. I'm going to be honest. Like, he's got KC winning twice, which is what I've got. The only difference is Vitality Quadrant, which he's got close. So
Wait, sorry. He's
yeah,
also got.
he's pretty good.
This isn't his full prediction, can I just say? Because the quarterfinals, sorry, are all perfect.
Yeah,
So
no, the
this isn't what he
quarterfinals,
said.
they've been filled in. Like,
Yeah, he didn't say
correctly.
thinking, oh, I think it'll be 4-1.
No,
Voice
no.
over Gary.
No, he didn't get the score lines right, but that is Stumpy's right now bracket that could be right.
Yeah, it's still
All right, well, here is your schedule for today, everybody. We have got 3 best of 7s coming to your screens. We're going to be kicking off with KC versus Moist Esports. What a rivalry that is turning out to be. Quadrant against Vitality, and then our grand finals. All of these best of 7, all of these will have timeouts available should the teams want to take it. But let's get into our first match of the day. We asked them in an interview yesterday, what do you think about this rivalry? They said, I don't really see it as a rivalry. Guess what? The rest of the world currently does. Moist Esports, Karmine Corp, what a way to start off your Sunday. And Cole, we were talking about Itachi being the player. Well, you wanted to highlight Itachi being the player to watch yesterday. I think you were pretty correct about that one. What a day he had.
Yeah, exactly. He starts actually playing Rocket League, and suddenly K-Cop looked like a team that could very well go on to win this whole thing, rather than the team that scraped through the Swiss. He was stunning. He was everything good that we expect from Itachi. But, you know, you can't forget Vatira. And then on the other side, Moist. I mean, Johnny, we were chatting about their dynamic, whether it be Rise, or I know you wanted Astral to be their more defensive player. Who was
Yeah.
it you saw as starting to emerge in that role? Because I feel like they're starting to figure it out.
Well, I mean, Astral just had some crazy goal line saves, so I think it's got to be him. I think they were lacking a bit of defense. Or K-Corp last event in the semifinals. K-Corp they've been pretty ropey, pretty shaky in the Swiss, but can't deny what they did to Moist last semifinal. Vatira was just the best player in the field by a mile, so that's kind of what I'm expecting today. But yeah, Moist they need to have solid defense. That's what they've been lacking in this matchup. Well, in the last semifinal, obviously they handled KC in the Swiss, but we'll have to wait and see if they can repeat that.
I feel like every point you could make about KC, you could probably make about Moist as far as like the way they play and what you expect from them. But I feel like despite what the players might say, I just want to touch on this again. I feel like there is a rivalry, whether they want
Yeah,
to say that
I
or
agree.
not.
I agree.
You have to.
I think
that.
they think that there is a rivalry as well. I think that they're talking nonsense when
Yeah.
they say there's no rivalry. I think that they
Right.
really, really want to win. I think if you asked and they had to answer honestly, who do you want to win against more than anyone else? Of course, they're going to say
They're gonna say
each other. So
the other side.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's also
There's
two of the
right.
biggest orgs as well, at least as far as social presence goes. You know, Karmine
Yeah,
I mean, we
Corp,
saw...
yeah.
We saw last night on social media, they've been going back and forth. Vatira is obviously very friendly with his teammates, but obviously wants to beat them and prove that he was correct. Let's find out if you at home can be correct about this one. Get in to our fan vote. Hashtag KC or hashtag MST for Moist. What a match this should end up being. I think this is going to be pretty 50-50. But obviously, this might actually be one of those rare.
No, KC, you're going to dominate the fan vote. KC, you're going to
even over Moist.
Oh, the fan vote, yeah.
Yeah.
Even
fan
over
vote.
Moist.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so. KC
right.
just don't lose fan votes, do they?
If anyone can take
I don't
them
think
on,
they
it's
do.
Moist or NRG.
I get the feeling, yeah, Moist might be. Let's get our predictions back up as well, so we can have a reminder at home as to what we are going. We are
we're
split.
I forgot we're
on the
split.
desk. It's even done in a very pretty fashion. Look at that.
beautiful.
That is very nice.
That's lovely.
Oh, we never look so pretty as we do right now with those below us.
I mean, sort of looking at this, Cole, me and you, same side over here.
Yeah, let's do this, Shogun.
If I was
Let's
to
do this.
say what is kind of worrying me.
Oh
in this
no!
matchup,
What? Don't bring negativity into
The
this.
KC defense. The KC defense is ridiculous. They get a 1-goal lead and it doesn't go anywhere.
But Shogun,
But
they're not going to get a 1-goal lead because we're going to score first. Because Astral is going to get a double flip reset, and Rise will be on hand from the furthest man back to just slam it home.
And then
So
just call it
don't
there,
even
best
panic.
one. Just GG.
What about first to 1 goal? If you don't score the first goal, then are you the better team?
You know, I might be wrong. here.
See what Cole
I'm
did
thinking
on
about
that
Moist.
one is he really didn't give Johnny much leeway because Johnny's run like best of 1 tournaments before, so
I have, yes.
really wasn't
Yeah.
anywhere for Johnny to sort of move on that. Let's find out.
I'm totally off him, and I think Moist have got a lot of votes.
All right, well, let's find out what you at home think on the fan vote. I was expecting 50-50.
There you
It's
go.
pretty close.
Pretty
It
close.
is
Pretty
really,
dominated.
really
Always went
close.
down as well.
So, yeah, you guys at home thinking you're tipping the table towards KC, but it's time to go to the pitch and find out who is moving on. They don't say it's a rivalry, it's a rivalry. It is Karmine Corp and Moist Esports best of 7 to see who is going to go to the full cup finals.
And yet again, here we are. The battle of the blue. Karmine Corp versus Moist Esports winner. Through to the grand finals of the Fall Cup. Welcome back, folks. I'm Waypunk, joined by Dazrin, and these teams look strong yesterday, Dazrin. I'm excited to see what they bring on Sunday.
That's right, Wavepunk. First matchup here on Championship Sunday. This is how you start game day with a classic matchup. KC and Moist going head-to-head to see which one, you know, honestly, yeah, sure, which one goes to the final, but which one's just better than the other?
They said it 3 times on the desk. We don't need to say it again. We all see it as a rivalry. We care who's better between these teams, even if the players are going to pretend like they don't. And of course they do. Here comes Rise up on the wall. Moist Esports in the orange for this one. Between the 2 blue teams, one of them has to be orange. And Moist drew the short stick on this one. Joyo up for it. Pops it high in his box, and then kind of follows back to it. Now Rise in the midfield. He's got Astral upfield. Just takes the shot straight downtown, and Vatira will jump forward. Itachi dodges the demo, makes a touch out to Exotic. Now Exotic down off the ground. Astral's up, puts it back onto the midfield line, and the team's been pretty even so far, both with 1 trip to the other team's box so far, but no goals to show for it.
Yeah, no goals. There's just a little bit of contention here in the midfield. Both teams know that each other are extremely capable of taking that ball, putting it on top of their car, and doing fantastic things with it. So now it's just about limiting those opportunities as much as possible while also trying to play around the other's defense here. As, again, midfield possession control, even looking at those boost meters, going to be very important. Keep your eyes all over the field during this series.
Vatira drops it to Astral. He was trying to get it out to his teammate, but it falls on Astral's hood. Now Astral back down the field on a counterattack. Exotic will make 1 stop. Vatira in front of the box. There's Joyo to Itachi. Itachi makes the stop. We'll see Karmine Corp look strong on the goal line. And more so, really, I mean, it felt like the shots there from Moist could have been a little bit better. This felt like they left one on the pitch. There's a double tap from Rise. Going to go just straight back onto the backboard. Itachi puts it into a corner here. Now out to Vatira. Joyo in front of him just pops it to the back line. The Rise will pick up control from Moist's back third.
Yeah, really enjoyed seeing, you know, some of these drives. As Rise almost tried to force that through. Itachi getting that save out. Keep eyes on Itachi. He had a really good day yesterday. Again, going into that day, was on one of Cole's players to watch, and he definitely put on the show. Seeing Itachi kind of get into his own form has been really nice. And defensively, he's been doing pretty good here for Karmine Corp this game. He's got 2 of the 3 saves so far. But K-Corp have been on the defensive end. Moist have had the control of possession for the first half of this game.
Astral to the goal. Exotic will put it away. As Moist continues their siege here, a bump on the transition will give them control right again. Here comes Rise looking for a double tap, covered up on the top corner by Vatira. Now Joyo being pressured by Itachi, takes it to the sky. He's basically all of his boost just to get the ball across midfield. Astral now, a little bit more space, but Itachi's still there. 2-1 challenges in a row, and then Itachi's gonna bump the third man off the ball, playing frontline defense all by himself. Vatira demolished in net. Astral with a bit of space. Can he get it back over to Rise? Puts it across the box. Rise is there, but Itachi had it covered up. Neither player actually makes contact.
Here's Vatira. No boost on this play, so just try to get it into midfield. Astral up really early for this. Does have the flip, trying to get that 50 on Itachi, who really has that patience out in front of his own box. Gets that clear out. Moist still on that offensive push, but they cannot find a really good shot opportunity. I'm saying that, and they have 8 shots, but it just doesn't feel like Karmine Corp have been too threatened so far in this first game. Moist have to be able to break down this defense more and put on some tougher shots.
They haven't been able to get through it all, but they have had so many opportunities. There's Joyo on the outside. Exotic now up against Astral. Places it top corner, double coverage. And Astral will emerge with control after the double commit. Now Vatira picking up control after a neutral 50-50 onto the backboard, looking for a tap, puts it across, it hits the crossbar and down. It's gonna need some more help. Itachi puts it on target, but Astral clears it away. Rise now to the sky. He'll put it over the top of Vatira. Now Astral to take control. Or try to at least. He made a good touch, but it was immediately off his own hood and back into Karmine Corp territory.
Yeah, that was probably the most space we've seen Astral really have so far this game. And if he can't get set up or comfortable on those pushes, it gets so dangerous. Off the post and off Astral. And K-Corp will get a goal off of Moist just being in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Not positioning for success here. I'm quite confident Astral said that's in and just stopped making inputs there. He was in no way prepared for that bounce to come back to him like that. And we'll see an own goal here for goal number 1. Karmine Corp now in the lead. Moist Esports struggling to get through the defense. It's now gotten even harder. Now trailing.
And after that call out with the 8 shots for Moist, K-Corp went from 3 to 6. And that a little bit of pressure from K-Corp. And Moist defense started to break down. Now they have to force the issue, and Rise will rise to the occasion. Tied up ball game.
He's ascending, folks. Full air dribble from his own half, just picks it up off the ground. Exotic barely not able to get there. And just like that, a tie game. I think you make a great point. It only took 3 shots of pressure for them to change up this story and take the lead. Oh, is this in? This is wide. It's going to need some help. Covered up. This time Astral will get it away. Final 10. Can Karmine Corp find it in a regulation? Do we go to overtime in game number 1? The drop. Rise puts it back to himself here. Off the backboard. Joyo looking for it and cleared away. Astral might be able to. No, he'll let it touch. Overtime in game number 1.
Game 1 OT. And way to really surge late for Moist, as in typical Moist fashion as well. But now they have to be able to close out this game. Exotic almost trying to do so, and Rise will be able to stop him there. Still, Karmine Corp pressure. How can the defense of Moist hold on?
I mean, here comes Exotic again high. Vatira on the side, looking for a back pass, just struggling to get his car behind the ball and pushing it in the right direction. You can see Moist just on the ground, just lurking, waiting for it to drop to him. They knew it would. Now here they are up on offense. Astral onto the backboard. Rise here, covered up by Itachi again. Itachi is just so perfect. He's constantly in the way. The midfield pressure has been incredible. As Astral over the top of 1, bumped off the ball, and there's Itachi again. Reading the play, waiting for it, and then dunking the midfield aerial challenge, winning the corner challenge as well. Pass Astral, Itachi wins it all, and Exotic just dumps it into the net for the win.
Itachi pass 1, dunks 2, 3, see ya. Exotic gets a free lane off of Itachi, just playing past the entire Moist team. What a way for Karmine Corp to come back and seal game 1.
Itachi was the story yesterday, and he'll continue to be the story here. His team scored 2 goals. Exotic scored both of them, but Itachi earns the MVP in game, rightfully so here. A savior medal, and really the one challenges in the midfield, and then that final drive, the difference maker here that gave Karmine Corp the win. Well done, Karmine Corp, up 1-0 in the series.
The way this looks, I mean, even like Moist with that strong start, they know how to hold the ball, and they know how to, I'd say, just move around the field, dictate the pace, get some control. It didn't seem like they had too much aerial freedom there. And K-Corp, again, it's very solid on the defensive end. Itachi especially, even though Exotic is the one who scored those 2 goals and put on 5 shots, Itachi really felt like kind of the overall facilitator in there for K-Corp. Vatira's Vatira, so there's not much to say there. Again, really great on that back end and really good at kind of controlling the midfield, but wasn't too much threatening in the offensive front. So I kind of like what K-Corp were doing, just kind of pulling Moist out, still not making them as comfortable enough to go for their own individual plays, besides the one we saw score from Rise to equalize. I think limiting those opportunities is a very big deal. But Moist, they can make these adjustments. Let's see if they can break out and start to get some more freedom here in game 2.
I think it's such an... Oh, is this going in? Off the goal. Almost nearly got it off the kickoff here. And Moist will continue the pressure here. Obviously, Vatira leaves. Astral comes in to fill monstrous shoes here. Astral has enormous feet himself, but just saying, it's Vatira on what was a glacier of a team. The coldest team in Rocket League. They didn't lose overtimes. They didn't lose game 7s. And you got to wonder, are they going to be able to keep up that same level of clutchness with Astral there in an overtime? We see the team Vatira joined, able to knock off the team he used to never lose in that situation with. We'll continue to watch as the story develops. Joyo here now to the sky. Over 1. Now Itachi out of the corner, going to connect with Exotic here. And Rise can't get it through Exotic, who follows up his own touch for a block. Now Itachi just put it into the box. Rise has to put it onto his own backboard, and Joyo doesn't make contact here. He's going to look for the block on Vatira, but into the corner it goes. Now Astral up against Exotic. Neutral again. Karmine Corp controlling the challenge game.
Ooh, big dunk there from Joyo.
Yeah.
That's going to give him so much more space, and he can really decide what he wants to do. He opts to go off of that back wall, which again, just trying to play that fast-paced thing, see if he can catch Exotic off guard. But Exotic's good at being able to track down the ball, and when he gets on top of it like that, I mean, you see the result of it. Just an instant clear, an instant denial of Moist on the offensive end. They got to try something different if they want to get past him.
Joyo through 2, Rise now the third man, advancing on Itachi in the corner. He'll get a demolition, look for another one here. Able to zone Exotic into the back of the goal, but Vatira comes in from the far corner. Gets it through 2, up to net though, and Astral's not going to miss. Moist Esports going to find their first lead.
Oh, smooth, and look at how Astral gets this touch. Just right through the defense. He's like water, and he'll be able to get that goal in. I really love going for that, just that, again, that soft little doink over. Everyone's expecting kind of a fast play, him to just get a lot of power on the ball. He says he doesn't need that. And that off speed just really throws off the entire K-Corp defense. Very well played, Astral.
It's also the one moment of RNG in Rocket League coming into play, as I believe it was Itachi respawning after the demolition in the corner, spawns into the near corner where the ball is, and double commits with the goalie off of respawn. He just immediately challenges the ball. If he spawns the other corner, he spawns kind of into rotation and is going to be able to use his 30 boost he spawns with, the 33 boost to get across the field, but it doesn't matter on the other end here. Vatira are going to tie up the game.
You see a little bit of frustration here from Moist Joyo. That just simply just wasn't the touch he wanted. Going at a lot of speed towards the ball, and was also a little high into the air. Again, I think he was kind of looking for a touch off the sidewall, maybe into a double, and that little mistouch ends up costing him and his team a goal. K-Corp get back into this game, but without really much effort on their part. It was kind of just given to him.
Just like that, tied back up at 1 apiece. So we had similar stories here on each side, at least with the scoreline, though how they got there, very different. As Vatira now in the midfield, going to pick up control. Puts it towards the box, and then finds a second touch to break up the drive, but Astral has a read on the breakup. Then we got a shot out of it. Exotic over the top of one, and Rise moving in from the corner. Cleared out to Astral. Tries to go for the slow play. Vatiria's got him red. Puts the ball towards the goal off the post. Rise to the far corner now with 1:49 on the clock into the back half of the game too. Moist Esports still looking to bounce back, and look at this situation Astral finds himself in as the ball just falls on his hood. It's going to turn into a goal for him here as Rise is able to pick it up. This is just, this feels very lucky and making the best of an interesting situation.
Yeah, I see where the luck kind of comes in. You know, it's very fortunate too for Moist that, you know, K-Corp kind of went a little bit all in. Now, it wasn't all in, of course, you have one back, but just sitting 2 up on that play, it just gains so much space. And again, like I said, this is exactly what you don't want to do for a team like Moist, is be able to have them have aerial freedom. And Astral definitely plays that into the 50 and works out because Rise is just so fast to get there, seizes the opportunity. And now Moist just have to hold on for 1:20. Easier said than done, though.
Very, very much so, especially against a team that has been as strong as K-Corp has in this match so far. This will drop it across the goal. Itachi on the backboard, just waiting for the touch. Joyo will keep it trapped in the back third. And Itachi still managing to get a wheel on it despite the bounces. He has made an impact everywhere he has put himself on the pitch so far. Now Exotic looking for a pitch off the wall. He's got a boost here. He can threaten the play, but just holds on to control long enough for Vatira to come in and close. Now Itachi here with the dribble, blocked by Rise. Out to midfield, Vatira picking up control with boost. He's got it over one to the goal, reset, and Vatira ties it up all by himself.
What? There's no, I did not think he was going to be able to get this second one. Look at this. Gets the flip. Right over Rise's head. Vatira, absolutely amazing goal.
You cannot give that man that much space by himself with a full tank of boost. He will make you pay every time. 33 seconds left, a tie game again. Moist back to the drawing board, still gonna find a way. Get a lead over Vatira and company. Vatira dumps this out to Astral, he's gonna put it back into the corner, he's gonna need some more help. He's running low on boost, but stays behind this one. It will go from corner to corner. Now Rise off the wall, trying to get out to Joyo, but Vatira gets up and in the way. Now Astral picking up control on the wall. 10 seconds left. We had overtime in game number 1. Could see it again here in game 2. Itachi now looking to end it in regulation, but blocked by Joyo at the midfield. Vatira had to deal with Joyo and Rise in front of him. Time has expired. Ball will hit the ground. No, Itachi keeps it up.
Whoa.
Looking for one last shot here. Can't get it through Joyo. Follow up, blocked by Rise at the point of contact. Itachi won't make contact this time. Overtime, 2 games in a row.
I like that from K-Corp, though. Still trying one last drive up the field. They won in this game. They feel like they've got a decent semblance of control going on right now, especially after having Vatira goal. It's got to do wonders for them to get back into this. But Moist still being able to deny them up front, and Astro still has something to say about it. That's a big clear, and Joyo will get back in time to deny.
Oh, but a touch up, and Joyo blocked. Or Joyo actually got the demolition on Itachi. That will actually free up some space. I thought Joyo got demolished. There's Vatira now into the back wall. Rise stood in front of the box. Itachi sends it good. It was on target, but too slow. And honestly, if it had been faster, it wouldn't have been on target. It wouldn't have been able to fall into the crossbar. So they'll keep playing here in overtime. Onto the backboard, Rise. Will pick it up off the bounce. Waft it. Vatira now chasing this. Flip reset again, looking to do the damage once more. Itachi puts it on target. Joyo able to get up in time and make the block. Now Astral out on the counterattack. Exotic falling back with no boost. Astral to the sky. Bulldozes it through one, but there's no follow-up ability here as Vatira and Itachi have it too well covered. Rise wanted to close, but then fell back thinking better of that decision.
Yeah, I mean, the fake challenge goes really solid there for Rise. I think like he's just trying to pull out a defender, just trying to get KC to give the ball up, seeing if they can move around it. And Astral, oh, it's a good pinch. Joyo trying to jump up on it. Moist, I mean, they are just hunting over in front of the blue end, but still nothing really too solid here for them. They got to create their own luck in terms of this one, because that KC defense has just been so set. They aren't giving up anything for free.
Here comes Karmine Corp. Itachi lofted Joyo with some space, a little bit of boost after the flight. Gets the reset maybe. Creates enough of a threat that they have to block it. Now Rise with a lot of space and time. Flip reset onto the backboard, off the crossbar. Itachi and Exotic both miss. Joyo tries to close in, but Exotic gets back up in time. And now coast to coast for the win. No, off the crossbar, just out. We keep going.
What a pitch out from Rise. Moist trying to turn this into a counterattack.
Oh!
So no, it's denied by Vatira. He was looking for the top top left corner, but KC says no, Vati says no, and this game continues on.
Oh, the defensive walls. Both sides so strong. Rise now. Up against Exotic. Pinched high. Follow up. Astral and Joyo working together. Itachi on the backboard, able to change the trajectory. Joyo's flight going to be no good. Astral reaching for this one, just barely misses. Exotic now with a lot of space in the corner, but closed up quickly by Rise. Astral falling back. Joyo now to the sky on the rotation. Right to the outside, Astral now. Have to figure out how to work with this awkward bounce. They'll get a great touch out of it, all the way down the field. Karmine Corp with a demoed in their corner. Itachi, and isolated. Vatira isolated. Open net, but blocked by Exotic coming in off the respawn. They did everything, but just slightly too slow. And then the counterattack nearly again goes in. The goal line stop once more, saving Moist.
Joyo got to be a smart touch here. These drives, you see Moist in everything, and then the other end, they have to make tough defensive stops. Rise missed the initial read, but he's able to get that follow-up when Exotic goes in for the shot. And Itachi will remove himself from the play. Chance here for Rise, ball on his hood, will flick it away. No boost, will get demoed, so they'll pick up some soon. Moist have to be a little bit careful sometimes on offense. We've seen a couple of times where these long clears have just barely been able to get saved out by Moist. And they are just a second too late on some of these drives. I mean, this game could have been over.
Instead, we're nearly 4 minutes into overtime. We've gotten a free game of Rocket League between games 1 and 2 now. Astral brings us back down to a clever bounce over the top of one, and then able to kind of neutralize Itachi in the corner here. Get all of Karmine Corp to pile up in their back third. Astral now with a lot of space, takes the shot, blocked by Exotic, but got Vatira to commit on it as well. Itachi, though, emerges with control. They'll sort themselves out on the back line through two, and now Vatira out to Exotic on the edge, but covered up by Astral. Looking for the win. Vatira in the corner will stop the drive, but it goes back in front of the box. Itachi picks it up with the boost. Following up, running into Joyo, got him stranded in the sky, and Astral has to cover it up on the goal line again.
And that one, Joyo was really just trying to slow things down. Did a good job of being able to get kind of in front with the little flow. Didn't use too much boost, but can you stop the shot from Itachi? No! Itachi calls game!
Rise, the only player with any boost in the tank, misses, and it leaves an opening Itachi takes advantage of. 2 games, 2 overtimes in a row. Karmine Corp comes up with a win both times, and Moist Esports will call a timeout.
That's probably one of the best things to do at this particular moment for Moist. I mean, they had, again, it's similar to game 1 where they're on that offensive push. They can have extended pressure, and they can put K-Corp in some really tough spots, but K-Corp, I mean, you saw some of those saves that were out there. I mean, both sides of the field had very incredible saves this game. K-Corp, Vatira stopping that top left corner shot was a big one, and they just rallied back so well. For Moist, they have to, you know, talking things out is very important. These have been close, back-to-back overtimes. This one over 4 minutes.
It's crazy.
You gotta wonder, like, how do you pick apart a team you play against so closely?
Well, okay, speaking of how closely they're playing them here, on the scoreboard, Vatira earns the MVP medal with 633 personal score. That's incredibly low for a game that went 4 minutes of overtime. But the reason it's low is because of the parity across the board. The lowest personal score on the entire scoreboard is Astral with 484. We had 3 players in 600s, 2 in 500 and 1 in 4, and he was only 20 points under 5. It's everybody making a huge impact. The ball spending a great deal of time in the midfield because everybody is playing together so strongly here. It's such an even game from top to bottom.
It really is. And, you know, even looking at that Moist scoreboard, you said I think Vatira had 633. Right behind him, I think was Exotic with 623. Literally 10-point difference there.
Really? Yeah, exactly.
Like that's how close together like that team was playing. And you see Moist on the other side of things, like you said, playing just as close. Chances also, K-Corp could have scored, but Moist would get that defense in the last second. And, I mean, the way this one is working, I do expect something different here from Moist coming into this, but, I mean, when Vatira's scoring shots like that, like, what can you do sometimes?
I mean, it's goal of the day so far, but we got 2 more best of 7s to go through, and it might stay goal of the day. That was absolutely incredible stuff. And the way they were able to take them apart in overtime, I'm still kind of thinking, though, about that Itachi overtime winner from game 1, where he just won 1v1s 3 times in a row. I don't remember the last time I saw Moist get the ball handed to them like that, or just get the game, just lose like that. It was incredible. Oh, they're gonna start with an overtime or a kickoff goal here, though. That's gotta feel good.
Oh yeah. Let's see. Kickoff experts loving this one right now.
Why is he going for boost? Stop going for boost. Turn left.
All right, they're gonna spend about a good 10 minutes breaking that one down. Meanwhile, we'll get back into the game. But no, I will say that is a great start though for Moist, right? Like right off the kickoff, everyone goes for kind of like a quick cheat, and it ends up working out in Moist's favor. Good save there by Astral as Vatira tries to equalize here really quickly for K-Corp. Game 3 in favor of Moist though for the start.
Can they hold on to it this time? They've had the lead before. They got tied up, equalized pretty quickly. In game number 2 here is Astral out of his own corner. Through 1, through 2. Now up to Astral with some space up against Vatira. Going for the boost, and that gave Vatira enough room to clear the ball over Astral's head. Now Exotic sends it to the sky. Rise will drop it behind Exotic and then put it straight up against Vatira, who flips to maintain control. He's got Itachi on the wing looking for the pass, the follow-up, demolished by Rise. He won't get an opportunity here. Now Exotic trying to pick it up, but runs into Moist. Pass play in front of the box. Wow, as Astral puts it in for goal number 2.
1, 2, 3 from Moist. Rise with the first flick. Joya with the speed. The double's beautiful. And Vatira can't get a read on the play because Astral's bearing down on him. Moist connects. And a second goal for them. 2 in the first minute.
Incredible. Incredible pass play. At no point did Karmine Corp have a foothold in that drive. Tachi now looking for the first goal for the blue wall. Here comes Exotic, and he'll place it well. Rise grounded on the goal line here. Had a little bit of boost, but honestly, how do you deal with a pass play like this one on the other side? Double commit also helped him pave the way.
Yeah, the double commit kind of threw everything off. Everyone saw Vatira coming in, so they're all playing that. Vatira misses, and it sets up just enough time for Exotic, who is in the right place to get that free shot in. Gets to the ball quickly before Moist have time to recover, and they're within 1. Yeah, if Moist could hold on to this lead. History in terms of this series so far is saying no. But again, coming off the timeout, they have been much more successful on the offensive stretch. They need to kind of rely on that a little bit more. K-Corp is going to throw everything they got at them.
Is statistically, at least in RLCS 21, is Exotic's looking for the tying goal here. Got a flip reset, but couldn't put it back down to Tachi with some space. Takes it to the sky. And underneath, flip reset on that one as well. Joyle to drop it to Rise in the midfield. Vatira trying to pick up control and then stalls the ball in the air. They look at a block. Astral doesn't put a shot on target, and they'll put it back to midfield here. Exotic now extending it back into the Moist territory. But statistically, in RLCS 21-22, the team that called the timeout won, I think, just under 60% of the time, which maybe doesn't sound high, but that is pretty high, especially for a team that is losing. We'll see if they're able to keep that stat going. Rise looks for the flick. Exotic handles it no problem. Itachi, though, we have not seen many just flat-out whiffs or mistakes from Itachi. That one there in a little bit of space, but doesn't look like they'll get punished for it just yet. Karmine Corp trying to find that tying goal as Rise and Astral on the other side look to extend the lead. Rise barely not able to put it under the crossbar.
Joyle's slowing things down, forces Exotic to flip. But Astral off the sidewall looking for the double. Exotic will play it back into middle, and Vatira try to take it up the wall. Goes off the ceiling. Uses his flips that he had a shot on, but Astral with the block out. Here comes a counterattack. Astral gets the mid boost, but gets demoed. So he'll be out the play. And Exotic will completely carry this ball all the way back to mid himself. Vatira will pick it up, and Casey look to start again. Not too much controlled possession, but a great read there for Vatira. Sends it across. Exotic's there. Itachi's up on this, and just clean beat by Astral. Moist able to escape that potential play, and a must-be chance here. Oh no, it's blocked out. Itachi will take this into the corner and just kind of slow things down for the time being.
They did shoot straight at him. Just jumps up, makes the easy block. If Moist want to have a stronger lead, they're going to have to work a little bit harder than that. As Astral comes in now, passing across the field is way above his teammate Joyle. Joyle's going to have to work a lot just to get this one back. into a playable position. Tachi now on the outside. Astral takes it high, pinches it off the ceiling, gets it past one. Vatira's got space.
Moist has done a great job of just being able to deny K-Corp too many offensive presses. Vatira himself has 5 shots. Exotic and Itachi both have 1 apiece. This has been a definitely different look for KC, but I think that's just from how Moist are taking their approach. They've kind of really buckled down on defense, at least Astral has. He's the only one which says he has 4 this game. And Joyo, his 4 comes from the shot department. A little bit more spread out in terms of rotation too, and I think that's helped out a lot for Moist, especially what the decision is when they do have the ball, is playing it into spots where they force K-Corp to not necessarily be too comfortable. That one was a little uncomfortable, but Joyo able to knock with the danger.
Touch into the corner, final 20 of regulation. K-Corp trailing late in this game. We've gone to overtime 2 of the 2 games so far. Vatira with a tying goal could send us there for a 3rd one. Exotic back into the box. Vatira flipping into the corner in the final 5. Itachi keeps it low. And now just off the ground as time expires. Rise puts it high. And Exotic to the back wall. Joyo trying to reach for this. Doesn't really find much. Astral going to get it past the front line shooter. Itachi going to try and keep this one up. Exotic now on the outside. No, and it'll be killed. Moist Esports able to bounce back finally. The timeout doing wonders. And they'll make it 2-1 of the series.
This is a very good bounce back from Moist. I mean, for this entire game, it really did feel like, okay, they've gotten things kind of together, kind of figured out. Even with K-Corp on some of the presses, like I said, it wasn't consistent pressure of Vatira shots. Only, I'd probably say 2 out of the 5 really looked super threatening. And that kickoff goal really coming in as some early insurance. And then a 3-person play for Moist. I mean, yeah, you love to be able to see them get that level of success from K-Corp. And even though Exotic shot 100%, he only shot once. So you need a little bit more in the shooting department from K-Corp on that game. They still are in the lead of the series, though.
The shot was good as well. I mean, had he placed it any slower, I think the speed is the key characteristic of that shot that made it good. You saw Rise on the goal line. I remember looking up. He did have 30 boost on him. So a shot placed in front of him or slower behind him would have been more blockable. So Exotic did find the one winning recipe, the one thing that was important to make sure it got past Rise on that goal, but still not going to turn into a win for him. So Moist starting to build the comeback here after dropping the first 2 games, 2 overtime losses as well. They win 1 in regulation. It's got to help stabilize the momentum in the series.
You got to build upon it. K-Corp has just been, I feel like, so overall solid that the only time we've really seen weakness from them this series is just kind of in the lacking of the shooting department there. Even defensively, they allowed 2 goals, 1 off the kickoff, which is just a fortunate kickoff. Well, just poor kickoff planning there for K-Corp. But besides that, I mean, if they don't allow that, that game's still going on. It'd be in overtime right now. That's how good that defense was and how much they were able to kind of stop Moist. Moist had just a really solid 3-man passing play to kind of break things down. And on the other side of things, offensively, you can almost kind of tell the same story. Even with K-Corp, they had to kind of spin the house on some of their offensive plays. These teams are demanding the world from each other in their head-to-head matchups. It's lovely to see.
It felt to me like there was a bit of game 3 wasn't passive, but it did feel more neutral. It felt both teams just playing standard rotation and trading like 51-49% on who's winning the challenges. And it just turned into, oh my goodness, this gets slotted for goal 1.
Itachi goes up on this, jumps off the back wall, gets the following touch, and it's slow enough to where Rise just does not have the read. Itachi, okay, we see you doing it all there for KC on that play.
Got tired of the quiet games there. I want to go back and look at it again. It looked like he almost got a wheel onto Rise and pushed him back into the net. Dismounting the enemy backboard to find a dish like that. So, incredible play as Itachi makes his presence known again. I was saying the game 3 felt much more quiet. We'll see if that continues here. It mainly has to do with just how even that midfield is, though. When neither team can really get a consistent midfield presence going, it's really hard to get that kind of established, like this team's on offense, this other team's on defense system going, where you can see these plays develop. And it just becomes kind of not ping pong, but just playing rock, paper, scissors in the midfield until eventually something kind of squirts in. And now another one, Vatira off the backboard. Karmine Corp looking amazing.
Vatira sharp as a knife. Look at him cut through Moist. He slices through with the double. My God, Vatigo.
Incredible. Rise's touch to the side isn't horrible. It's fine. Usually he's going to be able to get there, and usually if Vatira is going that fast at it, he's not going to have control on the other side, except for when he does, and he will make you pay for it again. 2-0 now, the lead for Karmine Corp. They're looking for match point. Rise, doesn't make contact. Joyo and Astral will have to work alone. Joyo takes to the sky, slows this down. He'll get it past Exotic, but it's because Exotic doesn't care if the ball goes that way. Now Vatira. What a pinch. Exotic now. Into the sky. Flip reset. Use it to get back. Wins a challenge, more or less. Back in the box once more. Looking for goal number 3. Itachi runs into 2 players. Now Exotic just wide. Needs some help. Can't make it happen. So close to goal number 3.
Would have been big there for Exotic. They would have been able to just, I would have said the way this series has gone, a 3-goal lead kind of almost submits the game.
Yeah.
The way, like I said, these guys have been playing a strong defensive game wave. I can see it.
We haven't seen, did it go 3-2 in game 2? I think it might have. I think we maybe have seen a team score 3 goals, but still, that was with 4 minutes of overtime. Other than that, incredibly low scoring series so far. A 3-goal lead would be damning.
Let's see if Moist can kind of bring themselves back into this one. This is not an ideal situation. I'm down to a minute 30. They need 2 powerhouse drives. K-Corp has kept that ball in their own end for most of the game, and Astral trying to get through them right now. But look, they're all set in net. Vatira just taking his time as Itachi, and Exotic sitting far post. Joyo, though, tried to get that light touch up, and not really the best one there. It's been really tough for Joyo to kind of get involved here in this series. And if he comes alive, maybe that could be the difference maker, as Astral will go up once more. Try to play this pass. Vatira does get it through. Joyo play out, and Rise was close, but not close enough. A minute remaining, and Moist can't find a goal.
I'd have to see it again from his POV. From the other side of the field, the depth perception could be deceiving there, but it really did look like Joyo just missed a completely free net. Close to the post, not an easy shot to hit, for sure, but this is Joyo we're talking about. With 38 seconds left, they need that goal. They cannot afford to lose free ones. This pinch is going to go very much in their favor, but Itachi will send it to the corner. We're awaiting Vadi. Try to pick it up. Runs into a challenge. 30 seconds remaining. And Moist is going to give them no space. Exotic stalled in the midfield. Vatira, though, with space, will keep it high. Keep that ball glued to the ceiling. The winning recipe for Karmine Corp. The more time it spends high in the sky, the less time they will have. And it doesn't matter on the other side, out of the corner. Again, 3 surprise goals for Karmine Corp as they're going to knock this one up.
Look at this. Itachi, great read, great angle. Ball goes straight to him, and he puts it straight into the back of the net. So many great shooting opportunities from Itachi. It's almost like he can't miss. 10 seconds left. And if it wasn't done, it still might be some time here. We'd have to see incredible kickoffs here for Moist, but they do get one with 7 seconds left.
The problem is this is the kickoff goal, right? Surely they don't get a second one. You get 1 kickoff goal at the end of time to help you tie it up. So this is gonna be, we'll see what happens with the kickoff here. Does anyone go for a fake? Not really set up for a fake. 5 seconds, they need to score on this touch. And that will do it there, folks. It was a good attempt there at the end from Moist, but what are you gonna do when Karmine Corp is scoring every touch out of the corner? Incredible play as they earn match point.
I mean, you have Vatira throwing insane double taps. You have Itachi jumping off your backboard, putting it into your top left corner. And it's not like they're not putting a hand up. The defense is there. You see Itachi get past 2 right there on that play. And then Vatira, Astral, hand up. But still, how do you stop someone who's just a monster like that? Vatira giving Moist nightmares. K-Corp Moist seem to have the edge in this matchup wave. They're looking to close it out, and the way things are going, even after that initial timeout, Moist still couldn't replicate it in the next game. Backs against the wall. It's not looking good for Moist here.
I mean, I felt surprised by every goal Karmine Corp scored. Every single time the ball was in the net, I'm like, wait, that was the touch that put that into that? I was fully expecting that player to make a setup for a player to try and make a goal. But no, the first player that was making contact was also taking the shot on net. Such difficult placement every time. But you see Karmine Corp taking this match very seriously, despite playing their best game of the series so far. Right back into mid-match adjustments and getting prepared here to try and close this out in Game 5.
This has been very tough for Moist, but the way it's been for K-Corp, as you see, that man on the kickoff in blue, Vatira, has just been a thorn in their side along with Itachi. They've been able to do just quality work, and it's not like it's just a one-man show, though, for KC. Everybody has been involved, including Exotic in the shooting department. Moist, not necessarily the same story. It was uncomfortable for Astral in the start. Joyo, we haven't really seen too much of. And it's that just having players just not necessarily be on their form against a KC that is very comfortable with playing around you. It's going to be tough here, but series not over yet.
They do got to win 3 straight at this point. For Moist Esports, we've seen how the clutch factor, huge part of their story last season. See if they're able to start replicating that same success here. Astral with the car change for Game 5, pulling out the Fennec. Rise also in kind of the decal swap to Stocktain. And Vatira gonna find a hole in the net despite the presence of all the defenders.
Astral goes up, gets that misread, and Vatira looking for that right side. Angles his car really well on that shot. Moist struggling to get to that one. They just all thought he was gonna send it maybe to the left side of the net or towards that middle area. Got caught off guard there, and Vatira will pick up the first one. Karmine Corp starting off again, continuing with their upward momentum.
Oh, here comes Vatari? My brain is still waking up today,
No,
chat. Vatira.
I'm there with you.
Oh, here comes Itachi on the other side, and Joyo will cover it up on the goal. Exotic with a lot of space here, just fires on net. Astral makes a stop, but it's not good enough. Exotic putting Karmine Corp up by 2. And the game's starting to feel over.
Yeah, look at this. Exotic shot in. Astral. Again, tough look on the save. Karmine Corp just look on a different level. The way this series has gone, they've come out, they've set a tone, and they've played up to that. And they are demanding Moist play up to that. If not, they don't get to play. As it's just been all KC all the time.
Battle of the Blue, looking more and more like a wall right now. Exotic on the wall. Joyo will take it away. Or to Pogo this one. He flipped at the last second to basically pinch with the ground. Incredible control from Joyo, but defended pretty easily, despite the creativity. And now in front of the box, Exotic's there. He's got Rise dead to rights, but Rise manages to tackle and get the ball back out to Astral. Now Rise going to close in this corner with Joyo, as Joyo will win the challenge. Rise will now be up and aggressive with him. Through 1, Itachi off the backboard, lots of space. Astral's up forward, covered by 2. We'll get it over the top of him. Now Astral rotating back as Itachi tries to take a shot. Exotic in the corner. And I mean, I almost feel like Karmine Corp is already starting to just burn time off the clock despite being at halftime.
It does feel like that. The way this one has been played around, like I said, it feels just really rough on the end of Moist right now. Only 1 shot this game. They're getting demoed. They're getting bullied around. K-Corp just have the control. They have that possession, and instead of, well, I won't say instead of creasing the scoreline, because the defense has been there for Moist. At this point, it's up to Moist to kind of change the narrative. They have a minute 52 to do it.
It's entirely on Moist at this point. It is Karmine Corp's game to lose. Joy out of the corner, wants to go for it, but no boost. He's having to rotate back with just flips and dashes. Astral playing defensively. Puts it to the corner, just tries to stall out Karmine Corp's offense for a little bit longer. Finally, they'll win a challenge here, but Vatira's got some space and takes it to the sky. Rise covers him up, and now Astral putting some pressure on. Exotic's up for it and deflects it away. The backboard defense has been, I want to say, perfect from Karmine Corp. I don't think they've made a miss. I think they've always been present, and denying that huge tool from a team as flashy as Moist has stalled out their momentum and their ability to get up to pace in this match so severely. I'm not gonna say it's the reason they're losing, but it definitely hasn't helped.
Yeah, well, you expect like high-powered offense coming out from Moist. For them to not be able to have that comfortability and that, honestly, the way that they play upfield, some of their offensive plays feel like they haven't been coming together. You see that double come in the corner. That's going to slow things down. Itachi is going to take his time because he knows where he's at. He says, come on. This is our game.
Oh.
And when they're trying to close out this series, they are not going to give up anything so easily and play at Moist speed. They've been playing at their own speed all game long, all series long. It's worked out as Itachi. Looking for one more highlight play. Won't be able to get that one.
That was two post hits from Itachi in a row on crazy shots. The fact that they even got that close at all is nuts. As they put it back across the box, Joyle will put it high, but final 10. Moist has to score on the next touch, and they're not even going to do that. It's going to be the opposite. Game over, series over, 6 seconds left, it doesn't matter. Vatira puts the nail in the coffin.
Oh boy, that's so fitting. Vatira calls game against Moist with 6 seconds left. They showed up and they showed out. Very dominant performance here from Karmine Corp. They take this series in 5. Wow.
What a game. What a series indeed in Karmine Corp. The Battle of the Blue is theirs. The rivalry back and forth. I believe Moist won the last one. This time Karmine Corp gets the better of them. And it felt close at the beginning. Again, game 2, one of the most even games I feel like I've ever had the privilege of casting. Those teams just neck and neck. But once that went down, it seemed to just not matter from that point on.
Yeah. It felt like Moist in game 3, that was their chance to kind of rally back. They do that, they win that. We go into game 4, and they're kind of unable to replicate everything. K-Corp just made so many different adjustments, and also we're just putting on incredible shots. I mean, the individual effort that we saw, especially out of Itachi and Vatira. I mean, how do you stop some of those drives? That when I see some of those goals going, some of those shots, especially like I said, that double from Vatira, even the Itachi goal, like the defenders are trying there. You see them jump, but it just looks like it's more of a formality than anything because the ball's going in the net no matter what they do.
I feel like Moist absolutely on every goal putting a hand up, but against a team as good as Karmine Corp, putting a hand up not going to be good enough. You're going to have a full defensive strategy, and at that point, Karmine Corp able to get the better on Moist. They just did not have enough there on the goal line. Well done, Karmine Corp advanced to the grand finals of our event, and it's time to find out who they're going to be playing against. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Quadrant taking on Vitality. Can Vitality relive the days of old? We'll find out after the break.
Moist Esports fall to Karmine Corp 4-1 in the previous match. Our semifinals sending Karmine Corp on to the grand finals here on Championship Sunday of the Fall Cup for the European region. Welcome back to the RLCS. I'm Leaf X. Cole is very sad. Wavepunk is over there, having a blast. It was. Are you sad? Are you happy?
Broken.
I don't know. You look
I'm
broken.
beaten. I'm
destroyed.
betrothed. I am distraught. Me and Shogun in our prediction competition for our pre-shows. We're now, I think he and I are both 2 points behind Stumpy and Johnny, which means that in the next semi-finals between Quadrant and Team Vitality, one of Shogun or me is going to be the sole loser. It probably means I'm getting pied in the face at Rotterdam, and I'm not ready for that, Wavepunk. I'm too pretty for that.
Just breathe out and you'll be okay. No, I meant when the pie hits your face, right? You're breathing outwards. You don't inhale.
I can feel the pie. Leaf, I'll have to dodge the pie like you did. I remember that Twitter clip.
Yeah,
that was a good clip.
Yeah, you do. That was fantastic. Wavepunk, though, that was an intense series.
Man!
Definitely was not keeping up, though, to K-Corp.
Like the first two games, I was like, oh, we're in for a classic. We had Rise air dribbles. We had Vatira flip resets. It was incredible. I mean, overtime on Aquadome is one of the best sentences you can hear. If you're a fan of Rocket League and the casters say, we're going to overtime on Aquadome, you better strap in. That's going to be a great match. And then from that point on, I don't know. The goals just, so many of them were surprising. They were not well drafted up. There was defensive problems. You can see double commits here in many of these clips. Just Joyle missing coming out of net there. Itachi incredible goal to hit. He should never have the opportunity to hit that goal. It felt like Moist just not able to put it together in the back third to keep Karmine Corp out of their net.
I feel like Itachi's goal was the best Doomsday dish we've ever seen. Maybe Bar Devo's in Season 5. That was a little bit special. But I agree with you completely that at the start, I was thinking this is going to be a close one. And somehow Moist just seemed to disappear, Leaf.
Well, there it is, Karmine Corp moving on as Moist disappears into the nothingness because their run here in the European Fall Cup is over as K-Corp now waits in the grand finals for their opponent on the other side, Quadrant and Vitality sitting there. So let's start talking about that because this, in my opinion, is going to be great. Quadrant and Vitality. Quadrant's offense has been stifling so many people in this tournament, but Vitality on a fantastic run, Cole, as they didn't really show up in the first regional, but they're definitely here to play, making it to top 4.
Well, they literally didn't show up in the first regional. They did not qualify. They went all the way to the 5th series in the Swiss qualification bracket and then lost it. And I mean, I think they lost to Solary en route as well. So K-Dop and Fairy Peak beat them en route, which was an interesting one. And we're starting to think that, Vitality are a spent force. They are essentially a dead team until Zen comes along. And then suddenly in this second regional, they are performing incredibly well. And on the pre-show, Corelli said he didn't trust Vitality, but I feel like I'm starting to trust this team. They seem to have a clear dynamic. Radosin is a great third man. Sizen is great in front. And Wavepunk Alpha is looking like the player that we've always wanted him to be again.
Alpha was wonderful yesterday, but the player that genuinely took my breath away from Vitality was Sizen. On the defense, on the offense, on every side of the ball, that dominance made a difference. And there were definitely moments where the dominance made a difference, where a shorter car doesn't make the save in net. The longer car makes the touch.
We're going to have 2 Dominuses in this one as well, because Cash has been using his Dominus too. So there's actually not going to be an all Fennec/Octane battle, which I'm excited about, because I love the longer cars. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Now,
it's going to be wonderful.
I want to know, Cole, in your opinion, just thoughts on this. We're a few minutes away from the match, so I want to get your thoughts for Vitality coming into this, because Quadrant, again, as we've seen, an incredibly stifling offense, and sometimes it can get overwhelming. You can start to fall apart defensively. Do you feel like that might end up being a problem for Vitality, or do you think they have the tools to be able to shut down that strong offense?
I mean, one of the things I remember from, I guess, traditional Vitality is how often you would have all 3 of them on the goal line and somehow the ball would stay out. And you think, where has that player come from? How did they get this read? Alpha is the last of that trio, but I'm sure they still have that. And Quadrant are the same. Their goal line defense is stunning. You got players like Cash who sit so deep and then just launch forwards with these beautiful mechanical plays to get past 1 or even 2 players. So I think it's going to be a long range battle, if that makes sense. Both teams wanting to come from the deep, go over their opponents, a bit more NA style, I suppose, these solo plays. It's tough to answer your exact question of can Vitality deal when Quadrant do get their momentum going, because we still don't have that big of a data set from Vitality, so especially at this point as well, because the semifinals, where they're different. It just feels different all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's interesting because you look at the paths how these teams got here, and you could make an argument both ways that make it sound like it's going to be a very one-sided series. On one hand, Quadrant has lost 2 games. They have lost 2, not matches, 2 games across Friday and Saturday. They swept yesterday. They dropped 1 to Liquid and 1 to G1. But on the way to get here through the Swiss, Vitality beat Moist, Oxygen, and Tundra, and Quadrant didn't. Quadrant beat 3 teams that didn't make it through the bracket at all. So there's a little bit of like, the quality of wins for Vitality so much stronger despite them dropping more games in those series. From what I saw from Sizing yesterday, I'm really excited about the match, and I think this is going to be a lot closer maybe than the games won. The win-loss record will make it seem like.
Okay, well, I want to get things on the board, starting with chat. Let's get the fan vote rolling right now. Hashtags in the chat, VIT or Quad. Honestly, I could see this being a relatively close battle in the fan vote, close to 50. We'll see what you guys say. Let's tally those up while we get analyst thought here. Now, Cole, we've seen all your brackets. Let's get you on the board at first, and then we'll throw ours up because we didn't get those ahead of time here. So we'll remind people what you have.
Yeah, I mean, so I don't think people care about what I have after I predicted Moist to win that last one. But for me as Quadrant, I think they're looking very good. Thank you, Lee. They're looking great. Vitality, they are still new Vitality. They're in the semifinals. It's Cash's birthday, for goodness sake. Give him the birthday buff. Give Quadrant the win.
I see. I especially care because I'm agreeing with you. I think Quadrants, again, I've been harping on this offense, and I just love how just no fear this team has been playing when they're attacking. So I think that confidence is going to come through, especially, again, with the birthday buff. Wave?
I love Quadrant so much. I mean, seeing Lando's org come in and have success really is very special for me. But I got to give a nod to Sizen here. How strong he played yesterday. I just want to see him continue. Hopefully this isn't a caster curse. I think it'd be more of a caster curse maybe if I predicted all against or something like that. So I'm gonna pick Vitality on this one.
Yeah, and to be fair, again, I said this could be an either way match. I do not see any world that doesn't exist where Vitality doesn't win. Again, 50% is not surprising me at all. Both teams, I think, have a chance here, but let's get to it and find out who actually ends up in the grand final. James Watt and Corelli are waiting in the skybox. Vitality are having a fantastic run, making the top dogs in EU sweat. But the offensive Quadrant is devastating, and Cash has the birthday buff. Let's see who moves on to the grand finals right now.
Thank you, Leafex and Corelli. A grand final spot up for grabs. These are 2 teams. I mean, Quadrant, maybe we should start expecting them to make these deep runs, but Vitality, on the other hand, has been a complete wild card.
Yeah, a shock, really. I think for most people, for a team that didn't qualify, I know the Desh just talked about it, now sitting in a top 4. I think both these teams kind of have a lot to prove. Are they the real deal? Did they get easy runs? Vitality Swiss certainly wasn't. They've proven to be the real deal so far. But can they go further than this Quadrant squad? That's the real question.
Quadrant, we saw yesterday, sweeping Tundra. It was a convincing game, and now getting a solid start, but Alpha on the goal line, able to swat away Relating Wave, who was going for the air dribble. Ixo to Cash. Cash! Yep. Happy birthday! Gets the first goal of the series.
And this is the duo to look out for on this Quadrant squad. And any opponent that goes up against Quadrant, you got to keep your eyes on Cash and Ixo combining in the offense. They have been so strong in this tournament, in particular in this regional, and they have led them to some high highs here so far in this season, and they're going to keep going. They're going to keep finding each other, especially passing plays, but the solo plays too. You got to keep an eye on.
Gosen, corner, chip it over. Ixo caught downfield with no boost. Cash, first touch. You see him waiting on the second, going to an air dribble. Ixo tips it over. Recognized Cash was going to get beat. Quadrant on an all-out assault right now. Vitality trying to keep their head above water.
This is kind of expected, I think, in my eyes, from Quadrant. They're going to come out hot. Relating Wave said yesterday that they didn't really feel like they were tested. They were kind of shocked what they had to play against with Tundra. They were looking for, I think, a stronger opponent going into this semifinal, excuse me. So I think they have, for themselves, a lot to prove. That they can play to a higher level. They even admitted they didn't play to the highest level yesterday, and Ixo gonna tap this one in. And boy, are they playing at a high level right now.
Just in terms of possession, Corelli, it doesn't really seem like we've seen Vitality get out of their half much, if at all. And we take a look at the scoreboard, only a single shot so far, and it comes from Sizen, who has 38 points.
Only a minute and a half in. And you're right, James, you mentioned the possession. Here's Cash going towards net, and it's going to go in. Ixo's going to get the dunk. And Quadrant 3-0 here in the first minute and a half, stomping Vitality.
And you saw Sizen was up early. He was trying to pre-jump Cash, but Cash had the double tap off the ceiling the whole way. And this is a one-sided game so far. Quadrant, you mentioned it a little bit already, Corelli. The Relating Wave interview at the end of the day yesterday said he was disappointed in Tundra, and he says he doesn't really know what to expect with Vitality. They could come out and do nothing. And so far, that seems like what's happening is Relating Wave gets the 4th goal. We're not even 2 minutes in.
I mean, with Relating Wave's interview, we keep bringing it up, but if you're just stomping people, no one's going to have a chance against you right now. Everyone's going to be disappointing, and I'm sure he's disappointed with Team Vitality here in Game 1. It is 4-0, and there's over 3 minutes left here.
This is a wild start. Very rarely do you see 4 goals put in 2 minutes, especially at this stage in the event. Vitality, again now racing back. Cash with the 50. Relating Wave doesn't go for it. Sizen was up early. Sizen trying to set it up for a teammate, but Radosin doesn't go. Pinch off the wall from Ixo. Second effort on the 50. Now Relating Wave does. Radosin, it's off the corner. Alpha trying to slow it down. Blocked by Cash. Towards net, it's saved, and Alpha will have to give up possession, and now the ball in Quadrant's hands.
Everything is so clean from Quadrant. Every touch with intention to space high away from Vitality players if they have to give up possession or the passing to each other. They're first to the ball. Relating Wave is beating everyone in the midfield at the moment. And everything going Quadrant's way. Vitality have no choice but to blast it downfield. You see Sizen with no boost just waiting for a challenge. There's nothing else he can do.
It seems like Vitality playing like they're helpless at the moment. Ixo stopped by Sizen. Now hit downfield, and Sizen trying to switch the field, but it's right to Ixo, who got the mid boost. Going for the 50, it's a block down. Alpha trying to touch it over to the side, and that pinch will give some breathing room to Vitality, but it's sent right back in. Radosin at the mid, using the pot to get to the ball. Flip reset. That was an excellent effort, but now you see the retreat. Vitality able to get back in time. And that was perhaps the best shot we've seen from Vitality. Still comes up short.
And look at that transition from Quadrant. Here's Cash with a touch off the ceiling. Follow up from Ixo's not going to be a shot. But the transition from Quadrant was so impressive there. To be on defense on your goal line, to then switching numbers up downfield so quickly. To isolate Sizen, I think Relating Wave almost got the bump on him to open up that shooting lane. And the goal for Quadrant again. But they're so quick to switch from offense to defense and defense to offense here. And I think that's what's really startled this Vitality squad. They're just not playing up to the pace of Quadrant.
Now they're having their most prolonged attack, but it does fizzle out. Cash, first touch is beautiful. Second touch, going for the double!
He's so
Makes
good.
the flip reset. Cash is money.
He's so good, man. He's so good. This guy's been grinding for a moment like this for so long, and he is making the most of it here in Game 1. 5-0. Cash, unstoppable. 51 seconds left, and Quadrant are marching to a Game 1 victory.
And everyone in the past, Corelli, when Cash was on Misfits, knew that he had that level in it. We've seen it multiple times, but on this Quadrant roster, the consistency is remarkable.
Now let's not get ahead of ourselves. Vitality, plenty of time in this series to get back into it.
I thought you were going to say the game, Corelli.
No.
I'm sorry, Corelli. This game.
No, this one's done. Go next.
Out of hand.
Go next. This one's done.
Yeah,
Relating Waves on the goal line, hitting post, and his team are cleaning it up. I mean, good defense effort or defensive effort there for Vitality, but it's just too much. But yeah, no. This series can still be a long series here for Vitality. I'm actually wondering, with such a bad start, James, do you consider taking a timeout off the rip?
I don't know, because if you lose game 2, I mean, it's pretty tough. I think, and that is actually to not get shut out in this fashion, I think is going to be huge for Vitality. Just for them, knowing that they can score against this team. They're not invincible. But I don't think you do, Corelli. I think it's a bit too early. Just chalk it up to first game jitters. Sometimes you're cold. You got to warm up. Give it one more go.
Oh, it's open.
Oh, no, they set it up.
Did they do that on purpose?
I don't want to say, because the one goal was great, but now I think I have to regret it.
All right, well,
That is tough.
the kickoff analyst
for Vitality.
They can look into that one. I think this one doesn't really matter. It's 7-1 now. My goodness. A slaughter here in game one. And for Vitality, look, I don't know. I think you might be right. You might not have to take the timeout here, but you certainly have to have some sort of talk in the intermission. Be like, guys, wake up.
Yes.
Put a hand up. Do something. Do something here against
you're right.
Quadrant.
Do not ready up. I think that is what you
Yeah.
said. Don't ready up. Just sit here and wait.
Stand up for a
Just sit
second.
and wait.
Got to have a conversation. You have to have a conversation. I mean, and you could pick anything. I mean,
The numbers, too.
everything went
Look
wrong.
at the numbers.
Ixo's almost put up 1,000 score.
Yeah.
13 shots per Quadrant.
Yeah, only 110 points for size, and the one shot that he had was a nice looking one, but all around, this was perhaps the most one-sided game that we've seen on the mainstream all weekend long. And the Cash, that shot, look at the height from Cash. You know, Cash, that shot, faking the flip reset and going for that double tap, and the way he did it as well, using the trunk of his car to get that touch and then to bring it over. That was just a beautiful play from Cash.
Oh, yeah.
The creativity was there, the control, the finesse, the finishing, all of it was there. And I mean, it was just a thing of beauty.
You can only compliment them. You can only compliment them. Everything went right for Quadrant. That's what I was saying in the middle of that game. They were beat the first to the ball every single time. They won the majority of their challenges. And when they had to give up possession with a booming clear, it was high into space away from Vitality, made it difficult for them to deal with, and forced them to use boosts just to get control of the ball, which stifled their transition onto offense. Quadrant could do no wrong in game one, but it's reset here in game two. We're hoping to see something from Vitality.
Aizen blocking out that shot opportunity from Cash, but now Cash, nice first touch control off the ceiling, will have his flip. Gets underneath it, launches it towards net, but it was saved.
Not enough boost there for Cash. The time and space was afforded to him. And now relating wave.
Hard
Touch. Cash is there to follow up, and he doesn't get a touch. Ixo gonna wait back here. Saw Radosin downfield, knew that pass was coming. And good defensive stand there by Ixo. He'll follow it up. Back onto offense, Quadrant go.
And this one feels so critical. A relating wave denied by Sizen, but this one feels like a critical moment for Vitality. They need to get that first goal. It's going to be tough. Cash couldn't pull the trigger there. Ball was a bit too awkward now. Counterattack is on. Alpha looking for that pinch pass out to the middle, but Ixo demoed him off the field.
Quadrant, one of the more physical teams here in this Fall Cup in Europe. Didn't see a lot of it because they just kept scoring in game one. But those demos certainly opened up the space for Cash and Ixo to go to work.
Now a hard shot. Alpha getting up for that redirect, point blank in front of net. It would have been saved, but Alpha able to get that slight hit on the ball. That was enough.
And there you go. Vitality on the board first. There's 3.5 minutes left in this game. By this point, they were down by 4. So a much better start here in game 2 for Vitality. Can they keep it going?
It looks like they might. A quick shot, but Cash turned away. Alpha lobbing it in again. And on that last goal, Curly, if you could look at it again, you see how fast Alpha had to react in order to get that shot. It was so good. And now Alpha's going for the self-pass off the backboard, but it was shut down by Ixo. No more Dosin.
There it is.
And Vitality get their second. They've stabilized the ship.
They're coming alive, and you can see the panic now coming out of Quadrant. 2 players sitting on that post, both going, running into each other, Lading Wave trying to pick up the pieces, but it's too late. Vitality, boy, oh boy, here they come.
Yes, here they come, getting a response early in this game. And it was much needed after game 1. It was a dismal game for Vitality, but game 2, a beautiful start, especially from Alpha. Alpha now on the ball. Going up to the ceiling, pinched over by Relating Wave towards net, but Sizen will catch. Gets the boost in the corner, but demoed by Cash, but Cash will have to retreat out. 0 boost in the tank. Alpha half flip to the action. Now getting to it, going for a shot, but that's blocked by Cash at the midfield.
See relating wave, wanted that touch there, took a harsh bounce off that edge. And now he's gonna flick it over one, Radosin having to clean it up. Quadrant trying to fight back here in game 2. And right now holding Vitality to their defensive third. But not really as dangerous and certainly not as lethal. And now Alpha, the player you probably look towards to ignite this Vitality offense. Poking free, Sizen now has some space. Through relating wave, a second touch for Sizen, and it's 3-0 for Vitality.
Sizen, this shot! Air dribbling it over, you can see him adjusting at the last moment to get that tight angle on the double tap. Huge play. And now Vitality firmly in control of game 2.
And now you look towards Quadrant. What's going on with them? The Vitality's doing the same thing that Quadrant just did to them. Blowing them out here. Plenty of time left, but you feel like Vitality's just going to keep packing it on.
Oh, you should if you're Vitality, especially after our last game went. And almost another goal, but that one sailed high by Sizen. Team bump. Oh, that could be bad for Vitality. Hit to the corner. Cash looked like he got messed up as well. Didn't land clean. Alpha on the dribble. Flick pass to the middle. Sizen up off the ceiling. Double tap. Now down to the ground. Alpha.
Radosin win.
Radosin got his flip back.
Reset.
And that was an excellent chance. Radosin using that flip perfectly, putting the shot on target. But the defense was able to get that stop. Now a demo from behind. Sizen taking out relating wave. Cash trying to keep things going, but it fizzles out.
Cash couldn't hang on to it. Slipped under it in that Dominus. Trying to get the touch on the wall. This one coming across, no one connecting. And time running out for Quadrant if they want to have any chance of a comeback. Vitality have taken over this game. And they've been mostly in control. A couple of shots coming out, well, 4, I guess, from Quadrant. They really haven't been all that dangerous. It's been a lot of Vitality and a lot of size at 2 goals on his 5 shots.
Pinch up. Be up for relating wave. Relating wave trying to get back to it, but didn't have the boost. Cash now downfield, still fighting, hoping they can have some type of miracle. Time running out. Sizen with that clear. Going to burn even more time off the clock. This one is pretty much over, Corelli. And Vitality, after getting not only beat badly, but Brazil humiliated in game 1. And there is one, but it's going to be very difficult for them to come back at this point. But regardless, Corelli, Vitality, what a response from them in this game.
Yeah. What a way to bounce back. And you're right, James. You know, you talked about, okay, maybe just game 1 jitters. You got to just get it out, or just bad game 1. I don't really like saying that players have jitters. These guys have been here for a long time and compete every other weekend. So I feel like sometimes you have a bad game, and when it starts off poorly, it ends very poorly. You just chalk it up and say, okay, we go next. Time expiring here for Quadrant, and what a bounce back for Vitality. They look stellar here in game 2, controlled all the way through, giving up only a single goal. That really didn't matter in the end, and we've got a series.
Yes, we do. That game 1 might have been a little alarming for Vitality fans, but don't worry. Looks like they've got things under control, stopping the bleeding from that game 1. And it honestly reminds me a bit of the old school flip side tactics where we would see them, the world championship quality, but sometimes they'd get Braziled, and then, it didn't matter. Yes. They bounce back in 4-1, so...
They score all their goals in one game and then score 1 for the rest of the series or something like that. And hopefully Quadrant is in that way. I think people kind of expect this series to be back and forth, and we've gotten that so far. But again, you have to give some credit over Vitality for as much criticism as we gave them in the first game. Credit is due for them. They've bounced back. They looked good. Sizen got going. That was the crucial part for them. Felt like they didn't have anyone going in game 1. Alpha as well in the mix, churning that Quadrant defense and allowing his teammates to come through. A much better approach here from Vitality.
Yeah, they were some sweet goals. You saw that that redirect from Alpha where he had to land and immediately shoot the flip reset, or the double tap rather, from Sizen was a pretty play. So Vitality have a good game 2. What will we see game 3? Sizen
this is the kind of defining moment, I feel like, of the series, James. Both teams have kind of had a rough start or I should say rough loss in their losses. I think this is the defining moment for a team that's going to be stabilized throughout this and more consistent throughout this series.
This is the swing game, and that shot will be good. Alpha, I'm surprised he just took the shot here. You saw there was defense back, but it was such a good first touch on the wall. I think it caught the whole defense by surprise.
Yeah, I think Cash thought Relating Wave was going to get more or any touch on that ball, and when he didn't, Cash realized he had to make up for it, and that's just great. That's good from Alpha, just going straight towards net, taking the challenge, forcing the defense to come after him, and a great start once again for Vitality.
Oh, that's a pass, and it's a goal. This was it looked like it just jumping up for a 50. Ixo off the ceiling, getting a piece of that ball, and it was enough.
Yeah, and Alpha couldn't get down in time. You can see him boosting. Relating Wave, he was hedging on that play. He didn't really know if that one was going to pinch out, where Ixo was going to go with it, and he edged for the best possible scenario there as it just popped out in front of him. And good poise to put that one away, and an immediate response here from Quadrant.
Yeah, I was going to say how fast Alpha looked, but there, the speed from Ixo jumping off the ceiling, getting that to that 50, that was the difference on that play. Now Relating Wave flip reset play, and begging Sizen. And his pocket picked by Ixo, but Ixo let the ball out too far. Redosin going for a pass, but now real estate for Cash. Cash, late hit. Ixo trying to redirect it, but it was cleared off to the side by Sizen.
That last man in Vitality was up early for Cash. They know exactly where he wants to go, but this time he gets free into the air. A second touch looking for follow-up. Ixo can't put it away. Relating Wave will slot it to the right side, and Quadrant into the lead.
And that whole play, the genesis of it was that Cash ground to air dribble, getting the block. Cash taking the space that was given to him. That he makes the Dominus look like a specialized tool. The things he's doing with it is beautiful. Well done by Cash.
Well, and I was just mentioning how, last defenders are pre-jumping Cash going into the air because he does it so often, but he does it because he's so lethal in the air, and you can see the second he's able to poke free and buy a little space in the air, good things happen. He might not always be the goal scorer, but his team's there to crash the net.
Oh, and now a double commit missed from Vitality. They recover almost a double tap from Redosin. The demo from Ixo. 25 boost for Cash. He'll go for the 50. Pinch out to the middle. Ixo, I don't know if he got bumped or just side flipped. Wasn't able to make the hit.
Yeah, I think he side flipped there. And now Redosin, he'll get bumped out of the way. Cash, he's got Alpha to beat. He'll go into the Vitality corner looking for options. Played it slow. Sizen having none of it.
Redosin off the ceiling. 50, back down to the corner. Relating Wave trying to get it clear, but it's weak. Alpha. The 50, now out to Sizen at the midfield, back to the Quadrant corner. Brought up the corner by Ixo, but he didn't get the hit. Relating Wave out of his own net, trying to keep this ball out. Things looking dire for Quadrant. They're struggling to get this ball out of their own corner.
And Vitality are doing a great job of keeping it in the corner, and that's keeping the play alive right there from Alpha, using that flip to pass it off to Redosin.
Oh, and Alpha back up to the ceiling.
Wow.
So speedy, and that little touch out, enough to put it in a dangerous spot. That was gorgeous from Alpha. The Vitality putting their flag in that corner, not giving any room, any space, or any land to Quadrant.
And just chipping away at that Quadrant defense as well. You talked about Vitality kind of locking them in, and they did a great job just breaking them down. Shot after shot, chipping away at that defense, pulling them out. And Quadrant certainly have to clean up that defense if they want to have a good shot here at winning this regional and this game. Vitality proving to expose some weaknesses here.
Alpha up, flip reset. Not sure if he got it. Didn't look like it. Didn't use it, at least. On a team bump, Alpha got his own corner boost from it. It's been a few moments like that for Vitality, but they haven't really been punished for it. Now almost a scoring opportunity, but that didn't come through. Ixo trying to dribble it back. Cash getting dunked on by Redosin. Well played at the midfield by Redosin, who gets the demo. Alpha off the backboard. Now Sizen waiting for the rebound, but it never came. The defense from Quadrant holding up.
Here comes Ixo. Oh, he almost poked it through a dose and used a little air roll there to get some extra oomph on it. And Relating Wave and Quadrant trying to flip this one on its head. It feels like, though, James, Vitality have certainly had more pressure and more time in this Quadrant half, and maybe even the defensive third of Quadrant. It feels like Quadrant are really more relying on counterattacks now and cash solo plays to extend their offense.
Still tied 2-2 in the final minute. Sizen, flip reset. Out Ixo, you saw him frozen on the goal line. Vitality's been in this spot before. They came out on top, but Alpha, he gets the block. Ixo with space, passes it quickly over to Cash, but it's too high. Now possession for Vitality, down to the ground. Radosin slow play. Sizen looking for the corner, but it's shut down by Relating Wave. Now Alpha to the back wall. Sizen has to retreat, no boost in the corner. This is now a chance for Quadrant. Pinch off the ceiling from Relating Wave. Awkward from Sizen. Rebound out. Cash back to the middle. Radosin out to the side. Ixo missed the ball. Alpha dip into the corner. Cash downfield. Sizen wants to let it hit. Relating Wave was close to keeping that ball up.
Vitality really pressed up there. Their lucky time ran out. Relating Wave had a bit of space. And Relating Wave might have a bit more space here in the first seconds of overtime. Tried to take his chances at the Vitality back wall and immediately denied. Quadrant now on the back foot defensively. And that's a decent clear from Cash to relieve some pressure, but Sizen are not letting them out. Vitality have really locked down that midfield, but Relating Wave gets a blasting clear. Alpha happy to deal with this one on his goal line.
So with a bump, or getting bumped rather. Cash hunting for a demo himself. Now awkward for Vitality. Looked like a team bump. The 50 Sizen. Can a clear shot from Cash.
No way.
And it's good. Quadrant win in overtime thanks to the confusion from Vitality defensively in those final moments.
And was that Sizen? I think he was just flipping back, and I think he accidentally hit the ball back towards his side. Ixo jumps up after it. His team there to finish it. Disaster really for Vitality when you run that one back to let that one go through, as it all started with the miscue of hitting it backwards.
That is a devastating loss for Team Vitality, who looked so good in that moment, especially the moment where they were keeping the ball in the Quadrant corner for so long and got a goal out of it. But looking at the numbers, you see how many saves were forced out of Vitality. 11 saves. They only had 4 shots, but they scored 2 of them. Quadrant, they just kept on coming. They did not give up, and ultimately taking advantage of that mistake by Vitality in those final moments.
Yeah. And the replay doesn't show it far enough back. You could see Sizen also hit it back into the box, but he was just panicked there trying to get it out. 15 shots for Quadrant in that game. It does kind of show a little bit of the story there. A lot of shooting offense there for Quadrant, at least. I don't think they actually spent that much time on offense here in that previous game. Vitality's defense also looking very strong, but Vitality's offense, I think, lacking with the amount of possession and time that they had to not put away more goals.
Here we go. Utopia Coliseum. See if Vitality can bounce back, or if Quadrant will start pulling away. Wave dash from Cash. Got that speed to tip it up the corner. Nice 50 as well. Ixo barreling in, still on the ball. Quadrant, maybe they smell some blood in the water.
Ixo not actually connecting on anything there, but certainly Vitality players had to play around him.
Looking for the fences, certainly.
Trying to just force that one across the box. He goes, whoa. Still not connecting on the ball as Ixo, as that's a huge whiff in front of the box, and it might prove to be a massive mistake. Luckily, his team is there to bail him out.
I'm sure you'll laugh that one off if you're Ixo.
Yeah.
Pass out to the middle, broken up by Ixo. The bounce back out. Alpha towards net. Relating Wave knew that there was an attacker trying to mess him up on the goal line, and a quick shot will be easily handled by Alpha. The demo, and a 50 comes back out to the mid. Cash going for his block. You saw that block kind of mess up where the defense wanted to clear it to, and resulted in a chance there briefly for Quadrant.
Yeah, Cash did a great job of, making it more predictable for his team to read the clear, as they saw him block one of the sides. And it kind of looks goofy because he's going way out of his way to protect the side of the clear. And it looks like he just whiffs, but no, he was trying to protect and make it more predictable where his team could read the clear. And it worked out quite nicely, although they're playing defense here. Vitality was able to break out.
Cash around Sizen, but Sizen did chip Cash. Cash stealing that corner boost. There's a demo opposite field, and that opens it up. But Ixo spawning right into a corner boost. Cash off the ceiling, relating wave. Couldn't bumper dose it, but you see Ixo actually did get tipped there.
Yep, made a backflip.
Cash out to midfield. Stays on the ball, wave dash down, the fake. Ooh. Trying to dribble that up the wall. You see the creativity, the cogs turning for Cash. Back pass now. Cash pops it up. Sizen down to the middle. Ixo too slow. Radosin.
Great read.
Hitting that ball off Relating Wave. Relating Wave will panically chip clear that out or ground pitch it. Now the block. Ixo hitting it over. And now numbers advantage for Quadrant. The shot gonna be predictable. Easily saved by Radosin.
I think Cash was streaking across. I think they were wanting a bump there, and it didn't connect, or he didn't go for it. I couldn't catch it in time in the transition because it was so fast from Quadrant. And I mentioned that in game one. They turn numbers up on you very quickly. They're very offensive-minded, despite what people have said about them defensively. And here's a shot coming off the crossbar. Sizen can't get a second touch. Alpha tries his best. Now Relating Wave back the other way, but Radosin is there to get control and slow this one down.
Sizen's going to want that one back. Hitting it off the bar. And that was Vitality's best look of the game. Clear out from Sizen. Cash. Oh, not the best touch from Cash, but Radosin didn't have enough boost for it. Alpha got high, but wasn't able to get the shot. There's a demo from Alpha.
You can see it force Relating Wave into that clear. I mean, Quadrant were lucky that Cash was able to poke that one free in the end. That's a great block from Alpha. Can he put it away? Relating Wave again coming up big for Quadrant. This one bouncing high. Another shot high again for Vitality. They are pounding the crossbar. They are pounding the backboard, and they are not hitting the net.
Yeah, as I was going to say, they're about to pound their desk with how much they've been missing and how close they've come. Ixo with the mid boost. He's got tons of boost. Flip reset. Goes low. The 50 cleared off the line. And now Cash back to the backboard. This challenge from a Relating Wave. Speed from Ixo. It goes right off the ceiling. Radosin finesse touch into an air dribble. Will go for the 50. And it goes right to Ixo, who blasts it opposite field. Vitality ball. Radosin controlling.
For all the goals that we've seen in these last few games, we are tied 0-0 scoreless in game 4, and overtime is looming. Vitality certainly should at least have a goal, despite any bias towards Quadrant. There's a shot from Cash. Vitality, if they were to lose this game, another one, I feel like they'd be kicking themselves with how many chances they've had here in regulation. You feel like overtime's coming.
Or is it? Quadrant, the last second push. Back pass to Relating Wave. The shot! It's saved by Alpha! Immense effort as Alpha blocks that last second play. And now on the other end, Alpha the shot, but he's blocked by Relating Wave, and we have overtime.
Overtime in the end. Vitality, I feel like they've been knocking on the door. They've really been battering the top of the net, the top of the frame, I suppose. One more chance maybe is all they need to close out this game 4.
And if you remember, last game, Quadrant won in overtime 41 seconds in. Vitality, they had that bump play on themselves, or however they got out of position. Regardless, not the best play from Vitality.
He got defense,
but this time, Alpha putting work in on the offense. They win in overtime.
That's the player you want stepping up and taking the shot. They finally beat Relating Wave on that initial challenge. He had been so reliable for Quadrant, and Vitality finally poked through Alpha 54 with the game winner, and a well-deserved win here with how many shots went high. Vitality, they had to win this game.
And not only the shots that went high, but look at the saves again for Vitality, and particularly Alpha. 6 saves. And if you remember correctly, there was that 0-second shot from Relating Wave that was going top bins. Alpha had to make an over-the-shoulder save to keep it out. And so Alpha on both sides of the ball being that key player that made the difference for Vitality in Game 4.
Right there. That was the save you were talking about. And then back the other way here in overtime. 31 seconds now. 10 seconds faster than the previous one. Vitality able to take this one down. Again, I feel like this was very important for Vitality with the way they lost the previous game and the way regulation went here in this game. It felt like they had to win this one because it had been such a heartbreaker the game before and heartbreaking here to not put away the shots they had.
After the disappointment that Vitality felt, you heard in the interview yesterday, they talked with the CEO of Vitality. They set goals. They started working back towards success. In Game 1, it was a disaster, just like their first regional, but they started marching their way back. And now with that overtime goal, tie up the series. There's a lot of doubters for Vitality, the people out there watching from the grandstands, but Vitality starting to get the results that has been expected by themselves, by their org, and by their fans. Can they keep that up, or will Quadrant bounce back, who had such a hot start?
And in a way, the same story could be said for Quadrant with the chances that they had. So many saves came out from Vitality. There's a good bump on Cash. Oh, Relating Wave on the goal line makes the save despite the bump on Cash. And somehow, Quadrant get out of that one.
Yeah, that was a scary play. Now a ground double tap potentially, but Verdosen didn't have enough boost. Another team bump. It's going to slow things down for Vitality. Alpha flipping back, trying to get small boost pads, but a lovely dunk by Verdosen gives tons of time now for Vitality. The block, Relating Wave down. Cash was turned around, won't be able to get to it, but Relating Wave keeps the clear going himself. Cash over to Relating Wave. Relating Wave back to Cash perhaps, and it's cut off by Verdosen. Relating Wave back to the corner. Now the back pass right to Ixo. And a quick shot, but it's blocked by Sizen.
Little 1-2 there. Quadrant, though, you can see how far they back off here. Relating Wave, pass to Ixo, had to pre-flip it. And another back pass. Look at the possession now, Cash in the air. Dangerous from here. Gets a bump, comes down to Relating Wave, and Verdosen somehow got the read all the way through. And this one is lobbed back towards the Quadrant side.
And that read was made a little bit more difficult by the fact that Cash got pumped back into that ball. Shot still came, a lob, double commit from Vitality, but Verdosen again, a monstrous touch and a 50. Verdosen, in those tight situations where Vitality needs that moment to get bought for him, Verdosen's come through with some key hits.
There he is again, looking for Sizen. Vitality, looking for the go-ahead goal. 3 shots, they've all been Verdosen on the Vitality side. Verdosen gets bumped out of the way by Ixo, but good cleanup by his team to blast this one back to the Quadrant side. Alpha again owning that midfield to the ceiling, and he's trying to block it. He will get a piece of the clear. It falls to Ixo, who wants to take on Vitality. Under 1, tries to go under Verdosen as well, but again, Verdosen coming up huge to slow things down.
And Ixo is barely off on getting that flip reset. Wasn't able to do it. Cash getting that one. Now Ixo back on the ball against Alpha. The dunk, Sizen has to get the hit and gets a big clear downfield. Now block from Alpha, time for Ixo, turns it around and heads up the gut. Verdosen was there and hits it right to Sizen. Vitality, good speed on the defensive end. The outlet passes there, they break out easily. Now on the attack, Verdosen to the corner, Relating Wave, attempting a big boom, but it's going to be right back in the hands of Alpha, who hits Sizen on the pass. Hard hit to the corner, Cash easily slowing that down.
Still fighting in the corner, and I think Quadrant really resorting to some boom ball here against Vitality. The game has been really spread out on both sides. Quadrant just launching the ball downfield. That's a decent pass from Sizen, but easily read from Relating Wave, and he'll get a demo for Verdosen's clear. You can see still Quadrant very happy just to throw this one downfield. There's no options. Relating Wave will come across the field, get a touch, over to Cash, shot on target, and Alpha won't get there to the right side, and Quadrant make it work.
Fantastic speed from Relating Wave. Verdosen was so close. Sizen also within inches of getting that touch. but that corner bounce was too tough for Sizen to read. And we see Quadrant jumping out with a late goal to take the lead.
Struck quickly when it came together. That's a shot from Alpha that was just wide. That one you didn't really see coming. You know, Relating Wave had to come all the way across the field to get that touch into the corner. And then the attack just fell into place. The pass over to Cash, the perfect slot from him. And Vitality almost made the save. You got to give credit to Alpha. He was just out of position. You got to touch on that ball. And now Radosin is going to sneak this one through. I thought Cash was going to make the save, but Radosin somehow comes off the side wall and puts this one in.
And just looking at how long Radosin held that flip. I mean, Radosin waiting till the last moment to take that shot, lulling Cash into a false sense of security. Radosin, who defensively has been making play after play after play for Vitality, now offensively getting the late equalizer. And another nice shot there. Final 30 seconds. Alpha trying to get the bump. Cash jostled again. Cash low on boost. Radosin, the 50. It's a good bounce. Second effort from Radosin. Bounce shot. Blocked by Ixo. Rebound out. Alpha to the corner. Ixo will hit it to the middle of the field. Sizen waiting. Sizen going for a boom, but it was read by Cash. Now the pass up to himself. Alpha going for the double. Shut down. Quadrant, though, they're panicking. Things are looking tough. The bounce stays in play, and it's going to hit again.
Oh, man.
Back to back to back overtimes.
Wow. And the pace really picked up there right at the end. Vitality, I think, kind of smelled blood in the water there. They knew Quadrant was scrambled. They knew they weren't organized. That shot just never came. The final blow never came. And into overtime we go. Ixo with a bit of space. People are getting bumped. And Sizen somehow still makes the save.
Alpha on the dribble. Blocked by Relating Wave. Relating Wave doesn't make contact. Radosin back pass to Sizen. And that's stopped by Cash. Numbers advantage briefly. Alpha. Oh, that is a great first touch. And the second effort. Going for a bump. Backboard finesse from Alpha. But now the shot comes out. Double commit. It's a pinch from Vitality. Right back down to the ground. But Radosin there to help out. Radosin again will get the demo, but not before the clear's out. It was on target. Sizen had to hustle back.
I just saw Alpha. I didn't see Sizen on the other side. I didn't know if Alpha was going to get there in time. Coming up on a minute of overtime now. Vitality has been knocking on the door a little bit. Denied once again on the backboard.
And then failed chain dash from Alpha, slows him down. Dives in for the 50, but Cash firmly getting this ball back into Quadrant's hands. Ceiling play from Relating Wave, was going for the double tap off the ceiling. It didn't work out. Ixo, pass attempt. Hit down Relating Wave, awkward. Radosin to Sizen. Sizen on target. Ixo stretching out. Is able to get the block. This is the longest overtime out of the 3 we've had so far, Corelli.
And by end of here, Sizen shot denied by Ixo. If he put it right side, Ixo had no shot on it. Vitality, maybe their best look that they've had here in the overtime, could not convert. And now Ixo might make them pay, trying to hook it on. And still, Quadrant swarming into the Vitality side. Cash comes out with possession to Ixo. Denied by Radosin. Vitality being tested here. The continuous attack. Bump. Cash. Shot. Denied again by Sizen.
Sizen. That was a massive save. It keeps Vitality alive for now, but it looks like this is a siege. And Quadrant are bringing in the heavy weapons. Will the wall break? Relating Wave. There's a double commit from Vitality. Cash. Pass off the backboard. There's the bump. Where was Ixo?
He pulled out. He turned away. He was there. It was dangerous, but he was there. Now the slot to the right side's not going to drop for Cash. Quadrant unrelenting here, but cannot break through.
And there's a big 50 from Sizen. Now the tables have turned. Alpha! That shot just wide. Low boost for Ixo. Has to boom it downfield. Radosin back to the wall. But the shot from Relating Wave will get tipped off to the side. Alpha with corner boost. Up against Ixo. Low shot. Big boom from Sizen. Cash missed the corner boost and gets demoed. Now the demo attempt on Relating Wave. The bounce in. The shot is blocked. Quadrant. What? They were bending but not breaking, but they're still getting pummeled.
How did they make the save? The fourth man in the post coming up huge for Quadrant. And now Cash, can he come up big? Is that shot denied? Again, pace of play picking up. Both sides testing each other. Defenses have been suspect on both sides. Cash can't get two. And Radosin will get the clear. Everyone from Vitality missing. And Ixo here looking for a challenge on Radosin.
You see Relating Wave getting a bit greedy with boost, wanted to get that mid boost, and now we see Vitality with a chance. First touch control, the 50 from sides and out to the corner. Ixo upfield, Relating Wave towards net, and Radosin will be there in time. And a huge clear out and the demo on Relating Wave. This is full field back and forth action as we just passed 4 minutes of overtime.
10 saves have come out from Vitality. They have 11 shots though. Relating Wave can't drop it down. Make it 11 saves for Vitality now. 5 on Sizen alone. They have put up the fences. And Quadrant can't break through. Here's Cash off the crossbar. It goes in. 4 minutes and 23 seconds. And Quadrant pushed through.
And that is unfortunate for Vitality. It looked like that trail was orange. It actually skipped off. Someone from Vitality went perfectly into the middle for Cash to take that shot. And Cash stepping up for his team. Both goals coming from him. Cash is having an overall fantastic day. And with that, a timeout called for Vitality.
Okay, makes sense. I saw some deep breaths coming out from Vitality there. I think oh God. That is some demoralized looks there on the Vitality side, and I don't blame him. That's a tough one to lose there, especially with how long that overtime went and how close Vitality was here. I feel like we keep saying that, James. Vitality, they were so close to beating Quadrant in a couple of these games here. They could not get the shots to drop.
They really could not. And there was that one moment where the ball was just missed. It was on the goal line. Quadrant was on their back foot. And it didn't go in. And even in this series, we've seen quite a few times Vitality putting shots high, putting shots off the bar. Whereas Quadrant, they have been clutch, specifically Cash. Cash has been lights out this series. He is nuts.
So I absolutely agree. I think Cash has been lights out offensively. I think Relating Wave should change his name to Reliable Wave with the way he's been playing that third man here. He has slowed down the attack from Vitality, stopped players like Alpha and Radosin, who are having a great day post game one here against this Quadrant squad. And I feel like Relating Wave has bought so much time for his teammates to get back and to help him out on defense. And he has saved some big shots here, big time shots from Vitality. He has kept Quadrant in these overtimes to allow Cash and Ixo to work on offense.
It's so true. And, those goal line blocks, they do wonders. They do wonders for the mentality, for the momentum for your team. And it is a team game, Corelli. It doesn't matter how much mechanics you have, how good you are on offense. I mean, just look what happened to Oxygen. Their defense, that was something Archie even talked about. It's like, we're not that great on defense. We just try to play the most offense possible. But as we've seen from Quadrant, they can play both sides of the ball. The big saves, Relating, we have a huge part of that. But then look at the hype from Cash. Cash, you can feel the energy, Corelli.
Yeah, well, listen, we talked about this. The Desk talked about it. We'll say it again. This means a lot to Cash individually, especially with this previous season on Misfits where, they basically choked their major chances in almost every single split. 2 out of 3 for sure. And so this is a redemption period, I think, a redemption season for him. And this is a massive win to appear in the finals for the first time.
Oh, and Cash with a save, but 2 demos coming out for Vitality, but that hit downfield will buy tons of time for everyone on Quadrant to get boosted up. Off the wall. Radosin has to bail out Alpha, who's been quite speedy all series. First to that ball. Relating Wave. Back down to Ixo to Relating Wave. Relating Wave, the wave dash. The shot is off target, but Relating Wave, good mechanics there. The side wave dash to get into position, but that shot looked scoreable.
It was. I think he kind of forced it. He knew the pressure was coming. He knew that he was at risk of being demos as well. And he just had to put something on target, and unfortunately went a little wide on it. Still scoreless as Alpha blows up Cash. Quality challenge from Radosin has just been crazy in the midfield for Vitality, yeah, it's been a brick wall, both on the goal line and in the midfield to slow down Quadrant's transition.
And there's a miss from Alpha. Awkward ball now. Sizen down to Alpha, who will get a panic clear downfield. Cash, straight up. Redosin, air dribble. Gets it past Relating Wave. Ixo with the 50. Now, you saw, it looked like Relating Wave wanted to tee that up for a pinch.
Yep. You're absolutely right. They were looking for the pinch there. Unfortunately, that touch went just wide. Ixo really couldn't control himself anymore. Didn't have enough boost. And now pass over to Redosin. Shot denied by Ixo.
Now Relating Wave, boom ball. We've seen lots of boom ball, and there's another one. Quadrant and Vitality have been hitting it back and forth full field all series long. And this has been an intense series, Corelli. We've seen so many overtimes.
We've seen overtimes, we've seen blowouts, 7-1 blowouts. This series has it all, James.
It really does. It's such a test. And I think a testament as well so far to Quadrant's resilience and their consistency. There were questions by many, is this Quadrant team the real deal? It seems like it so far.
I think you're absolutely right when you talk about this being a test. I think also emotionally a test, especially for Vitality after that game 1. And then to come back into this one and then have some games slip away that have been oh so close to be in their favor, especially with the shooting. But they keep going, and they've looked good ever since game 1, despite their game losses. They've looked like a team that could take down this Quadrant squad in more than just 2 games so far. They haven't been able to come out on top more than that.
And we're seeing, again, so many bumps. Quadrant just starting to not even play the ball, just play the body. And we've seen that a lot from Cash, who jumps up early and goes for the bump instead. There's a demo. Quick shot. It looks good. Cash can't get there. Redosin saw the opening, and it was a perfect shot.
And great demo here from Sizen, and I think he gets the touch there. And Redosin follows up, sees the space afforded to him, and a perfect shot on target. What can you say? The defense can't get back in time, and Vitality are able to strike first.
And there was really no time for Redosin to make any adjustments. Had to jump right away. Perfectly hit it on the bounce, had great power. And the placement, exactly what was needed. Now, Redosin flip reset. We'll get out of dodge. Sizen beat by Ixo, but Alpha upfield. Cash will tip it off to the side. Vitality getting demoed. 2 demos now. Sizen the last one back, keeping the attack going all by his lonesome.
A good touch there from Relating Wave to cut back across, buy himself a bit more space. Defensively, you know you got 2 demos, so you're gonna have a little extra time once you beat that first shot. Relating Wave again barreling through. They'll push it and advance it, but Vitality back in control. Redosin will slot it left side, and his shots are so innocuous, James. He comes out of nowhere and then slots it by the last man.
Yeah, Redosin has been picking those angles in this game, and this is a massive game for Vitality, whose Cinderella run is not coming to an end, or at least it doesn't look like it will in Game 6 unless we see a late goal, but Alpha there to hit that downfield. And Vitality, this would mean everything for them to be able to make the grand finals.
Cash.
But Cash going for a flip reset down to Ixo. Ixo didn't shoot right away. Looked like the net might be vulnerable.
Wow, what a tackle.
But Relating Wave backwards, not able to keep the pressure on. And now Alpha with a dribble off to the side, gets space, a solo play potential now. Quickly off into a flip reset, air dribble. Alpha wasting time. The shot saved off the goal line by Cash. Time ticking away. Cash trying to get a bump on Alpha. Alpha still powers through.
How is he doing that? He's not human. Able to get through those bumps and to get back down, and he's just saved any chance of Quadrant having an attack there. This game's over, and Alpha, he took over.
Alpha, a massive game, but guess who had an even bigger one, Corelli? It was Redosin. Redosin, the shots, they had no room for error, and he didn't make a mistake.
He looked fantastic. He's been looking great. Again, I think everyone on Vitality has actually been looking really good post game 1 in Quadrant here. Going to be taking a timeout. I don't blame them. They have the timeout. You might as well going into this game 7. Some things to talk about, I'm sure. I don't think this was an abysmal game for Quadrant, but I think Vitality certainly took advantage of the counterattacks that were afforded to them and just beat the last man quite simply. I don't know if Quadrant really had that many opportunities. They were held to 2 shots, and both of them were on relating wave. So for Quadrant, the offense just was not there.
You're exactly right. I mean, we're so used to every game looking at the scoreboard and seeing Alpha with 6 saves, 7 saves, 13 saves for Vitality. But no, there was a single save by Redosin. That's it. Only 2 shots from relating wave, like you said. And Team Vitality able to make that adjustment. Redosin able to get those 2 quality shots on target. And now Vitality about to do something nobody thought was possible. Or maybe if you're a super fan for Vitality, maybe you did. But after the first fall open that we saw, where they didn't even make top 16, they didn't even make the main event, now 1 game away from going to the grand finals, locking in all those points and a legitimate shot at making it to the major in Rotterdam.
Big game for both these teams, as you just explained, James. A lot on the minds here for both sides. Definitely at Cash. You can see he's kind of got that 1,000-yard stare looking down at his computer. He's focused. And again, just for his individual story, this is a momentous chance for him in his career. And for him to get to this final would mean a lot. And for Vitality, redemption on their side, particularly after that first fall open, to have a chance at a grand final for a team that I think lost a lot of bandwagoners after their performance. They're back on, is what it seems like. And they've had, up to this point, including this series, have had a fantastic run with the teams that they've beat.
They really have. And I think even this series has encapsulated the entire journey for Vitality so far. Braziled in game 1, beat down, but not demolished. Vitality bounced back and now forced game 7, but Quadrant, they are eager to get to the grand finals and prove to everybody that they are indeed at the top of Europe. Game 7 on Champions Field. This is where scores are settled.
Some hallowed grounds here in Rocket League. And Relating Wave's going to have a first chance here. Weak shot. Denied by Alpha. Quadrant want to get their offense going. We did not see any of it in the previous game. And here's another chance for Relating Wave. He'll get a demo. Full boost for Cash. Surely he's going to the sky. Denied by Sizen immediately.
Good pre-jump from Sizen. Now Redosin gets beat by the 50, but it's right to Alpha. I think spawned there. Cash, late flick, but Alpha read it all the way. Double tap ball from Relating Wave. Doesn't make contact, and now a clear downfield. Cash has pretty much full boost. Flicks around one.
He's free.
No! But Sizen's there. Sprint back. Rebound to Ixo. Vitality get away with one there due to Sizen sprinting back home.
Oh, man, Sizen saving his team. And they were going to meet at that post at the same exact time, and the benefit goes to the defender as he's able to get behind the ball in that point. And Cash, he certainly was free past 2. Sizen came streaking back.
Still Vitality. They're not out of harm's way just yet. Ixo, the tip down, Relating Wave to the ball, but Alpha, they're just a step sooner. Alpha, again, trying to break up this attack. Down to Sizen. Sizen, deep downfield. Time for Quadrant to collect. Ixo into a dribble. The flick right to Alpha. Alpha, the pass across the field. Sizen doesn't make contact, but does pinch it off Relating Wave's hood. And that's good because Relating Wave would have had runway for the flick.
Yeah, and he would have had space as well, just to work with the last defender. Ixo will lob this one to Redosin. We'll get it over him. Now Cash, he's got to be careful here. And he's lucky Ixo there to bail him out. Pass back down. Ixo. Shot is over Alpha on the far side. And Quadrant's offense has come alive.
The beautiful give and go executed to precision. Ixo, the shot and the pass to start things off. That is how you do it. Quadrant in the lead.
Good looks from Quadrant, but is it enough? You look towards Redosin. You look towards Alpha. They've really been the instigators here for the offense, and here comes Redosin. Flip reset down, denied by Ixo. Alpha with a pinch, and Vitality were looking to press there. They didn't hold on to possession. Halftime here in Game 7. Good demo on Cash to deny his air dribble.
And the pass from Radisson to Alpha. Sizen, hard hit up. Will be able to follow it. Flip reset. Now off the backboard. Redosin dropping it in. Sizen got so much power on this flip reset hit. Look at this right there. And then getting that backboard hit, completely catching Cash out.
Yeah, Cash already went for it. He thought that the second touch was going to come down on target. And Cash then backflips out of his challenge, which allowed Vitality the space to come through on the shot. And Cash couldn't recover in time. And just as we said, you look to guys like Redosin to put away the shot. This one's given over to Cash.
Oh no! For Vitality, this is tragic. Redosin passing it down to Cash, didn't read the ceiling bounce, and that has to sting. Redosin going from hero to zero in a split second. We'll see if he regains. That's a good 50, but no one for Vitality there to keep the attack going.
That's a painful one to give up. Vitality, they'll have plenty of time. They have to regain. Ixo with a good challenge. Here's Relating Wave now. Decent back pass to Cash. He'll take it to the sky. Looking for a dunk here. Gets it. Denies Alpha his clear. And Redosin does well to just clear this one away. Ixo, though, responds with a boomer to the far side as we go back and forth.
Both teams punting it. Ball kept airborne. Redosin won't be there for the double tap backboard play, but Alpha is in the right position for it. Going for a pinch. Gets it. Relating Wave leaves it for Ixo.
Cash has boost.
Now Cash off the back wall. Shot opportunity for Ixo, who went near post. But Redosin slams the door.
Time's running out for Vitality, and they're not showing a lot of offense right now. Ixo trying to deny Sizen with a decent challenge. Redosin, can he put something together? Off the ceiling he goes, and just denied by the defense. Relating Wave and Cash getting a piece of him as they cleared away, but here's Alpha. Some time, some space, but he couldn't hold on to it. Sizen's there, tries to drop it off for Redosin, and again denied by the Quadrant defense.
The dunk from Quadrant. Redosin still trying to keep this attack going.
Whoa.
Hits it with a double tap all the way to his own corner. Redosin has had some tough luck, but a chance here for redemption. Touch into an air dribble, the flip reset, backboard rebound.
There it is.
Scored by Alpha. Redosin with redemption.
It's Redosin again, coming up big. Look at the flip reset over Cash. And again, Vitality there to crash the net. You know Alpha's gonna be there first. We're tied up with 25 seconds left in Game 7.
You wouldn't have it any other way. We've seen many overtimes this series. Why not one more to decide it? Or will Quadrant end it there? Now a fast break, an open net potentially, but Ixo back just in time. If that was near post, maybe it'd be in. A fake attempt from Alpha, but it's cleared downfield from Quadrant. Redosin, high lob. Ixo is gonna play it safe. Now the pop up. Sizen down to the ground, and we have it. Game 7 overtime for a spot in the grand finals.
Wow. These teams have been battling back and forth. A far cry from how this series started with the blowout. Vitality now one goal away to a grand final.
Alpha. Get off to the corner, Relating Wave, infield pass. Oh no, he's going for a 50. It leaks out to Ixo. Ixo, the delayed flick, rebound.
Cash is there.
Cash through the smoke, isn't able to get it. And Vitality, they stay alive. 2 on the backboard for Vitality. Cash with the dunk, and it bounces high. The bump, Relating Wave.
What is happening?
The shot, and now a lob down. Ixo against Redosin will pop it up. That seemed to be the moment where Quadrant was going to seal the deal.
Oh my goodness. Cash had so many people in front of him. He just tried to barrel through on that demolition. And it almost worked. I think maybe his team might have got in front of him as well. And now Quadrant trying to take a couple of 50s. He's still looking for options over to Relating Wave. Top shelf! Quadrant going to the grand finals!
in the final sector. Quadrant pull away. An overtime victory. Quadrant putting down Vitality.
How reliable is Relating Way? So consistent from start to finish here for Quadrant. It wasn't pretty. It was gritty. It was scrappy.
Oh, there were some pretty moments. That series had it all. If you're trying to get a friend into Rocket League, you show them that series. It truly
Absolutely
had it all.
Wow. And what a way. I mean, that's just a semifinal. That felt like a grand final.
What were these numbers? 7 saves for Verdosant, 5 for EXO, 4 for Alpha. Wow. What a game. What a series.
Wow.
And to end it that way, I mean, it was like a storybook ending. And Quadrant, they came close last time, a top 4 finish. Now they are going to the grand finals with a chance to win it all, Corelli.
I love seeing the celebrations there too. Teams fist bumping and headsets ripping off. You can see the excitement there, of course. But wow, what a series to get us into a grand final. I mean, my goodness, for Quadrant, what an opportunity for them. We talked about Cash's story. He's living it now. He's got one more series to make it a reality. And for Quadrant, this has been a dream run for them.
What a run indeed. But the job is not done yet. We have the grand finals still to come. K-Corp going up against Quadrant. It's coming up after the break.
The birthday buff holds strong as Quadrant scrap their way to the grand finals over Team Vitality and an intense overtime Game 7. And yes, they do find themselves in the grand finals against Karmine Corp now. I'm Leaf. Cole's here. James Bott is as well. And Cole, we're sitting on the right side of the fence.
Yes, we are. That was actually intense. I actually forgot that I was part of the RLCS show. Johnny was like, Cole, shouldn't you be in Discord with everyone? I was like, yes, I better go. Because I got so intently watching that one. What a series it was, just without any other context. But also, I really needed that win for Quadrant for our prediction. So thank you, birthday buff.
Yeah, James, this was quite a back and forth with, some goals not going in that maybe should have. Both teams on edge, must have been feeling the nerves.
No doubt about it. I mean, especially for Vitality. Vitality, after coming up short, that's an understatement. Last regional, to get to this point where you are one goal away from going to the grand finals, it was an immense effort, and I think they should be proud of what they put together. But I mean, this was a gritty series. Corelli even said it. The scrappiness of it, a lot of goals that came close, a few mistakes here and there, but also there were highlight plays like that pass from Radosin to get the equalizer to even force overtime. It was such an entertaining series, and I think both teams really poured their heart and soul into that match, and it was raw entertainment.
I think that's the biggest thing is Cole, as close as it was, I think is sometimes that's some of the best Rocket League you can see. As James said, couple highlight plays in there to keep it spicy, but then also that scrappiness, knowing both teams are fighting their hearts out to get to the grand finals.
Yeah, totally, man. It's all well and good having clean Rocket League and brilliant goals, but sometimes you just want to see that fight. You want to be reminded how much it means to both of those teams, and you could sense a sort of feeling of desperation that they all had. Because remember, there's a lot of players here that have never made a final in that match. Radosin and Size have never made an RLCS final. Cash had never made an RLCS final until this moment. So even though this is quote unquote just a regional, so much was on the line for both of them now and in the future, and you could get a sense of it there.
Well, we have one final best of 7 to get to. Our grand finals has now arrived here on Championship Sunday of the European Fall Cup. Karmine Corp facing off against Quadrant, who just scrapped their way up to face off against this powerful European force. But James Bott, Karmine Corp coming into this, I'm wondering if that scrappiness and that gusto that we saw from Quadrant is going to be enough against such a strong roster in K Corp.
Yeah, I mean, this is the team to beat. I think we've even heard it from the players themselves in interviews. Everyone looking at K Corp and kind of view them as that top dog to beat. So this is going to be pretty tough for Quadrant. This matchup, I think they certainly are the underdog, especially with how well K Corp has been playing. And we did see a few situations where Quadrant was letting Vitality into a situation or into an opportunity that they may have needed to shut down a little earlier. So you give that space, you give that opportunity to K Corp, I think you're going to get immensely punished, especially with how insane Vatira has been playing. If you were watching the solo plays that Vatira was making, they are a scary thing to behold.
Yeah, Vatira has been absolutely stunning. He is, I would say, not the sole reason. Obviously, he's got teammates, but it was a monster carry from him in the Swiss. And in some of the series that he's been playing in, every time he gets the ball at the moment, you're sort of you're going like that, what's he going to do next? It's going to be something stunning. He's playing at his absolute best right now.
All right, Chad, I see you spamming. Let's start counting them. Let's get the fan vote going on. Hashtag KC or Quad. Based off what I'm seeing already, it looks like this might be a little skewed in favor of KC. Let's see if the desk ends up on the other side of that. Again, start us off because we've seen the bracket before, but remind people where you're standing here.
So I predicted that Moist would win in the semi-finals, more fool me. I haven't seen enough from Quadrant there to suggest that they can beat the KC that we're seeing right now. So for me, it's 100% Karmine Corp. They're too fluid, too perfect, peaking at the right time, and they'll take down Quadrant in my opinion.
Well, James, based off your speech before too, you might be on the same side.
Well, I know that there's some prediction competition going, and I feel like Twitch chat probably, I haven't done the math, but I think they are actually doing better than many of the analysts in Europe.
Wouldn't surprise me
right now. So I'm just going to go with who Twitch chat says. I'm going K Corp because they're better than some of the best analysts in the world. So I'm just going to go with them.
All right, I think with my brain, I believe you guys are right. But at this moment, it's his birthday. I gotta go, Cat. I'm going with the birthday buff. Give me Quadrant. Put it on the board.
I love your pity presents.
I feel like I'm digging my own grave here, but whatever. I'm going with it. You got to stay hyped. Chat, maybe a little belief in it. Not at all. Not even remotely close.
16% of people care about Cash's birthday. Well done.
Yeah,
84%.
84%. That's the
Good on
same
you.
chances that Cole's going to get a pie in the face, too.
Not even close. Well, let's get to it. Our grand finals is waiting with Shogun and Johnny in the skybox. The birthday buff holds strong for them in the last match, but will it as they go on against KC, or will they finally get shut down? Let's find out who wins the grand finals.
So it's finally time to start changing the narrative on Quadrant. Everybody wondering for so long, when is Cash and Ixo going to get their opportunity? When are they going to step up? And when's Relating Wave getting a chance to prove that he was one of the key components of that endpoint squad? They've done that point now, Johnny, but they are up against last regionals, second place team, looking to go one further in Karmine Corp.
Yeah, and what a performance from Quadrant. I think once the pressure was off there, they really did just play a more consistent series than they did yesterday. A lot of pressure yesterday to get another top 4, but now that they've done it, they just seem to be reaching new levels. They're going to need to go to a higher level than we've seen from them, though, to take down KC. Definitely favorites to win this one.
Yeah, KC very quickly becoming just that team in Europe, the one that you sort of default to as, all right, who's going to win this tournament? All right, probably KC, and maybe we'll base everyone else off where we expect them to go. Here is Cash. We need an exceptional performance from him. This player as well, Ixo. Back out. That's a bit wasteful, actually. Don't want to be just handing it over to Vatira. This is why. Straight to Exotic. And can't quite get that one over to Itachi. Quadrant need to stay aggressive here. They need to make sure that they're not giving space over to KC, who have proven themselves to be absolutely lethal. But I think quite importantly as well for me, Johnny, is that they make sure those mistakes from yesterday don't start wrapping their head or peeking their head back around again. Because the last team that you need to be giving up freebies to is a team like KC.
Yeah, KC are just they're a unit right now. They're all in the Fennec. They're all just dominating challenges. They're all looking incredibly quick, and I think they just pressure the ball so well. They're really going to have, I think, so many free touches on it because Quadrant have to rush. They have to play quickly just to keep up with KC and the pace that they're setting, the pressure that they're putting on them. Quadrant have got to find a way to somehow get Karmine Corp out of the rhythm, and that's not how you do it. It's a shot opportunity. Vatira misses it, and that wasn't for a lack of boost. Just didn't get the slight touch on it that he wanted.
Yeah, but the good thing there for Quadrant was that at least the shot that they left available was difficult to take. 2 minutes into this, no goals. Is that about to change? Yes, it is. Relating Wave is in the right place, but you'd have expected more work to be required to get past KC.
Ixo just did it all there. It was Karmine Corp tried to keep the ball in the corner, but Ixo managed to find a way through, sneaks past Vatira and Exotic, bumps Itachi out the way in the goal line as well, leaving an easy shot for Relating Wave. You know, we talked a lot about Ixo and Cash this season, how they've got that 1v2, 1v3 capability. I think Wave's also just stepped up a ton today and made it, wow, that 3-man team that you need if you're going to win championships.
Vatira just getting in the way of Ixo at the moment. Itachi didn't want to launch forward. For me, this has been one of Itachi's best tournaments to his career. It's just looked step above, gets the spotlight shone on him. He has been happy just to perform at his very best, but his team's going to need him right now. Instantly shut down. Vatira's on the scramble back. He's got pressure from Relating Wave, and Vatira still gets it.
That's unreal from Vatira. Just reminding everybody why he is considered one of the best defenders in the world. It's quite interesting to see that, you know, not long before that, well, Vatira was first attacking and then recovering down the field. He just kept on landing on top of Relating Wave's car, so great job by Relating Wave, carrying Vatira in a different type of way than we're used to talking about when we use that term. Vatira leaves it in the middle for Itachi, who gets his near post shot denied by Cash. Vatira and the gang not really forcing the issue yet, but look at this. Ixo's actually just beating 2 to the ball. Cash in there with the easy aerial, and it's actually Karmine Corp who are looking uncomfortable.
Just double commit. And you don't expect to see from Karmine Corp a double commit. They have been so defensively on point. And yet today in this grand final, their mistakes are starting to shine for a little bit. That being said, it is only game number 1. But they were here last, or 2 weeks ago in the last regional grand final. They weren't able to get the job done. Do not want to start being known as perennial second places.
You know, the crazy part is that, you know, there was a double commit there from Karmine Corp in defense, but neither one of them is able to beat Ixo to the ball. Neither one of them even able to get a 50-50 with Ixo in that position. He just completely beat 2 Karmine Corp players, one who's jumping from the ground, one who's jumping from the backboard, and got a perfect pass to Cash, who moved in as third man and slotted it beautifully to the bottom corner. So, yes, strategical misplay, but, you know, mechanical as well. Either positional or just a speed difference there. Ixo with his second assist of the game. Just being an absolute menace in the Karmine Corp half.
Oh, a minute left. KC need to get a move on here. Tachi takes control. He's got 2 players coming at him. And the 2 players have done their job well. Vatira now tasked with getting the ball over to a teammate. Instead, goes past the first one. Relaying Wave had to go early. Vatira to shut it down. 1 goal is all Quadrant have over KC.
And finally, Quadrant make a mistake. Ixo really just needs to play the ball there. He's got Relating Wave behind him to play off any kind of 50-50 or outplay. The fact that he just played for the big block and Vatira faked him out, just that left Relating Wave on an island, and he's in a 1v2 there, gets bumped. Well, you knew he's getting bumped, so he charged forward and got outplayed, but yeah, you can't really put blame on Relating Wave there. As the first challenge, Ixo has to hit the ball. He didn't do it. Vatira makes a massive play with the mind game.
Oh, Cash is in position, pops it off. Defenders are starting to turn up, and now Exotic. Opportunity here. He's got Vatira on the far side. Michael by himself. Relating Wave gets a bog.
Oh my goodness!
Tachi makes it 2 each.
Another flurry from KC. This time, Relating Wave, first challenge, does play the ball, but Ixo went for a bump on Itachi, and he just didn't quite get it. He was trying to knock him on the takeoff. Itachi escaped and got first to the ball, but the Quadrant just not getting the ball to a safe location there. They tried to get some pressure on it. It just hung around in the middle a bit too long.
We've seen this a few times ever since this season started. 2-goal lead dropped, and we look at it later on in the series and go, well, you needed that one, didn't you? Because the series gets away after that. Quadrant are coming into this one decided underdogs. They have to convert this game. That is an awkward bounce for everybody to work with. Relating Wave on his way back. We have overtime.
Yeah, neither team really wanted to play the 0-second game there. They're both quite happy to go into overtime. First play will be Relating Wave off the wall. Goes high to the backboard. That's not going to be a problem for Itachi. No double commit this time on the high ball for Karmine Corp in defense. Exotic now. He's through on goal with a look at this, but the door is slammed shut by Cash at the near post. Still, Quadrant struggling with their clears at the moment. They're getting challenges, yes, but followed up by clears sometimes. You know, the defense is still unconvincing for me.
Quadrant just aren't able to anticipate how good these challenges have been from KC, and now dancing past everybody. Vatira almost made it the entire way, but for me, Quadrant just need to get that little bit of anticipation better, sit a little bit deeper, so they can run onto plays, because right now they have to scramble because the challenge goes worse than they anticipate. Vatira easily wins the first one, leaves it for a teammate, and it's not enough. 2-goal lead is not enough. And Quadrant against KC are not enough.
Oh, just look at the Vatira difference here. So much pressure. Beats his man to the ball. And then he's in the area just to annoy Ixo with his mere presence, enabling his teammates to shoot underneath the pre-jump. Comeback win in game 1 for Karmine Corp. That's a crushing blow to Quadrant's chances of winning their first ever event here. Well, it would be for Ixo and Cash. Relating Waves won quite a few, actually, but two-thirds of this roster really just want to get their first win, prove to themselves that they can do it. They just fell apart in this one. You know, not enough playing in the ball. When Vatira's air dribbling, so many free mind games for him. You cannot be giving Vatira mind games, or he's gonna have full control. You've got to at least force him to lose control when he's air dribbling at you. That's, I think, where Quadrant have dropped the ball here.
I mean, for me, Quadrant are just They need to find another level now because Karmine Corp have clearly proven that they are going to play at the level that we expect them to. I've already seen online some of the hopium has already begun against Karmine Corp where everyone's just saying, oh, okay, well, they haven't proven it on LAN yet. I feel like I've heard that one before, Johnny, regarding a certain BDS. So Karmine Corp are putting the fear into many fans across the world. But for Quadrant, this is a fantastic result, no matter what from this tournament. But to go ahead and win it is what they want for their careers, because you don't want to just be there. You don't want to just be another team that's added to the ranks. You want to be the team that's been discussed along with the BDSs, your Karmine Corp, as a potential tournament winner. Well, it's ahead of you here. You've just lost the first game after a 2-goal lead. Let's see how the bounce back is for Quadrant, because whilst they were up against Vitality, they've been relatively unchallenged when they've been behind. They've not been in a position all too often where they've had to drag themselves back into a series.
Indeed, and you know, I mentioned in the mid game or between games 1 and 2 there that it's the mind games from Vatira that's the easiest thing to look out for. I think Quadrant will have spotted that. Expect to see them just simply playing the ball, just like Relate Wave's done there. You know, he's got Vatira on the other side of it. He's just going to ignore what Vatira's doing and go straight for the ball. Because if Vatira's gone for 2 mind games in one game, and in the first game of the series, you can expect to see a few more of those. But you know, Vatira's not a one-trick pony there. He's got full control. He can go high with the double tap. He can go quickly with the resets. So it's going to be interesting to see how both these teams adapt. Will Quadrant be able to have Vatira's number any better in this game? Will Vatira continue to switch things up? And they're playing the ball against him, but it's 50-50 game, so good. It doesn't matter here. Exotic with the open net double. And it's off the back of another threatening Vatira play. Relate Wave goes for the ball, but Exotic just quicker to the follow-up.
I mean, this is a great example of what I was talking about in the last game, of the follow-up and just the anticipation of what's going to happen from a challenge is so much better from KC than from Quadrant. Quadrant just can't quite get that rhythm down at the moment. And now it is 4 goals unanswered. KC are just starting to... Well, that was a little bit of a weird one, but almost worked nonetheless. A minute played here. Karmine Corp, despite the shaky start, are well in control of this series. Left it. Tachi probably didn't get the call for that one early enough. Here's Vatira, and there you go, yet again. Just doesn't ever go for the outplay. Wants you to challenge him. He knows he's got you beat.
Yeah, we did see chat from both teams on the face cams between games here. You know, I'd love to be a fly on the wall and hear what's being said, but if I were to guess what Karmine Corp were talking about, you know, they're surely just telling each other, let's just stay calm. We've got this team's number. We don't need to force the issue here. Look at Itachi, reset double, it's been saved between the crossbar and Relating Wave. Fantastic pre-jump there by Relating Wave to have the top corner covered on such a fantastic shot.
And it does appear that with this new roster, Itachi, more than any other roster we've seen him on, has had a spotlight on him. He is now more involved in the play than we've ever seen before. Itachi attacking Cash, Vatira with
oh
the
my
challenge!
goodness!
It's just too strong!
I mean, it's what we expected. They're playing the ball when Vatira's air dribbling, but Vatira's not a one-trick pony. I mean, yeah, you could play the ball and deny the mind games, but he's got other tricks up his sleeve as well. Monstrous mid-air 50-50 from Vatira, full control. And he could have watched that bounce in. He didn't even have to touch it again, but he does so just to make sure. 2-0 KC in game 2. About to be 2-0 in the series unless Quadrant can come up with something special.
Up to 5 now, unanswered. Karmine Corp are just cantering their way to a regional championship. Cash, as he had his opportunities, saw yesterday that he was able to demolish his series against Tundra. Not getting it this time around. He is against a much different beast when it comes to defensive capability. As Relating Wave wins that challenge, Cash pops it on, but you can really see the anticipation for Vatira. There was at no point there where that pop-on really made life more difficult for him. If anything, he was just expecting it and was already in position. Relating Wave ceiling pinch, and Vatira is just waiting. There's a lot of midfield challenges, and instead, not going to get too fancy with it. Cash goes pure power.
Oh, that's a big mistake from Vatira. He left that one lingering in the middle, wanted to fly after it, and gets absolutely clattered out of the air by Ixo. So, you know, heavy first touch, yes, from Vatira, that's a mistake, but what quick capitalization there from Ixo and Cash to pounce into position, simultaneously bump Vatira away from the plate and shoot on target before Karmine Corp can reshuffle their defense and get in position.
Midfield, Vatira passes it off. What early jump from Itachi, still not quick enough. Well, the goal drought is now gone. Now, those over on Quadrant, they need to start harvesting here. They need these goals. Or in regulation, one, either in regulation or in overtime, but either way, they cannot afford to drop another one here. Not expect Casey of all teams to be giving up 4 goals to you. That comes out. Vatira takes his time, tries to play around instead, realizes his shooting opportunity had gone away, decided to buy some time instead of that one, but AC not having the best of all times here. 45 seconds left. Blatant wave on the challenge. Ixo, good past one player. Look how much time KC are getting to control the ball, and they are utilizing every single second of it.
You know, I do really like what I saw there from Vatira. Faking the shot and instead just dribbling the ball to the sidewall with this 1-goal lead. Okay, we're still 1-goal lead. They can afford to make those decisions. They don't need to take risks to try and double up the lead here. And they might in a moment. Is almost another goal for Quadrant. Exotic able to deny that one with a quick save at the near post. And now we're into the final 10 seconds. What have Quadrant got left?
There was a double commit earlier on as well, so Ixo had to play himself back. Time has now ticked away. Keep the ball up or lose game number 2, and they're not able to do the former. Karmine Corp 2, Quadrant 0. And if it was 84% to 16 coming into this series, what a Karmine Corp like at 2-0.
Yeah, this is just a timeout for sure. And indeed, Quadrant have called timeout. They need to come up with some type of different game plan here. Because what they're doing, it's working when Karmine Corp misplay, but when Karmine Corp are just playing their game, I don't think Quadrant can realistically create scoring chances against them. And they've not really forced the issue in either of these games. They relied on a very slow double commit in game game 1 for their second goal. They relied on Karmine Corp really getting very tight and boxed up in the first goal, and they relied on Vatira missing a clear in this game. So, I mean, there's slight mistakes from Karmine Corp on every single one of Quadrant's goals, and you know that's not always a problem. There are top tier teams in the world who play off mistakes pretty much solely for their offense, but I don't think you can do that against Karmine Corp. They're not making enough mistakes for that to be a valid winning strategy for me.
It's also just not Quadrant. You know, we've the teams that we've seen it previously are something that we get to see every time they take to the field, but we saw what Quadrant's offensive plan is yesterday. Give it to Cash, give it to Ixo, get them to play off one another, and it's not available right now. Now, I understand it's Halloween, this sort of season, but for me, a huge part of this is that Quadrant are seeing things that are scaring them in the shadows. They are reacting to plays that are not happening. Big example of that, the clear game. Every single time they clear the ball, 1, got no power. That's its own problem in amongst itself. But 2, they're clearing it when actually they do have a little bit of time to control the ball. They are getting rid of it. And by then, Vatira, Itachi, Exotic, they've already moved back. They've got easy control of the ball because it's rolling over to them in a controllable manner rather than being awkward and having to use boost and put yourself in a bad spot, which Quadrant can try and capitalize on from there. They need to be aware of their space and not respect KC quite as much for me.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what they try here. You know, after going 2 games down, a lot of teams will try and really just look after the possession, look after the ball when they've got it, like it's their one and only prized possession. But I think that might be a mistake. I feel like Quadrant just have to full sends here. They've I think, got to start trying to get wide into really far apart positions and look for the kind of team plays that we saw working out against Vitality. Because the solo play from Ixo and Cash, that's something that Karmine Corp are going to be expecting, and they're always ready to send one challenge early and back it up with another one immediately.
I like that. That's what I want to see from Cash.
Yeah. I think this is for me, the best chance that they've got is trying to lurk in positions. Oh, that's not ideal. He goes own gold. Oh, we don't even get a chance to talk about, potential win conditions. They've already conceded. Ixo didn't get a good 50-50 there. And it's actually Cash who sent it into the back of his own net. It's really all gone wrong there for Quadrant, but they've just got to keep their heads here. They've got to keep their cool. There's a long time left, a long way to go, potentially in the series. What are they going to try here to break Karmine Corp's rhythm?
Oh, well, that's straight to Vatira. Is this number 2? They're just playing for the challenge every single time. Yes, he's saying it up in different ways, but the end goal is always the same. Is this going to be goal number 2? But much to the point I feel like both of us are making now of, you're not playing. Okay, there you go.
I was like, oh,
you're
no.
not going to be able to boom the ball and, set KC off. You're not going to 1v3 them.
Okay.
You are, however, going to be able to put players in that midfield, get extra touches, and take it from there. One of the rare times that they've been able to put pressure on the players rather than just the ball.
I like that fast move in there from the second man position for Meek. So you just have to go completely all in as second man against KC if you're going to have any chance of beating them to the punch. Such a well-structured defense in general. The third man has to be so careful. That's what Relating Wave has been called upon to do in this roster so many times. There is again Relating Wave this time. Second man into the play, and look at the speed at the near post. Grabs the back corner boost, turns around with a breaker rotation. That one catches KC off guard.
And his work started so much earlier as well, because off the kickoff, he ruined the positioning of Exotic, just threatened the bump, and Exotic ended up in no man's land on the wall, couldn't do anything after the fact. So as good as we rate Relating Wave as a third man, he's doing all of the work in offense right now. And he'll be hoping that this is a lead that they can maintain, maybe even grow upon. Has to do well on this challenge. Itachi moves in with Exotic in support. This is where I hope to see some follow-up right now. Vatira just too slippery. Almost managed to get the bump on Ixo as well. At least he's out of the play for now, and this is a good chance. Cash, if he's going to get a best setup, it's not going to happen. Almost able to put it in.
That was a great save. Cash, of course, has the respect of any player in the world from that position. Everybody knows he can score those tight angle double taps on demand. Look out for the 50-50s of Karmine Corp. They are just absolute bricks on the field right now whenever they challenge the ball. They look completely bulletproof.
Oh, that bounce.
Yeah, Vatira didn't read that. He thought it was bouncing straight downwards. He would have been ready for it if it did. Boost running low for Quadrant here. Only Cash who had some just for a moment. Ixo's grabbed the back corner 100. These are moments where they are going to try and hold on to the ball. I said it's not really, for me, the game plan versus KC to be patient. I think you've just got to be impatient against this team. You've got to force the issue, but oh, look at this from Cash. Double off the backboard. This time, no one is there to save it. And for once, Vatira did not have boost to get up quickly enough. He tried to pre-jump in one half of the goal. Cash sends it the other way.
That's, however, an improvement over what we've had in the previous 2 games, because the last 2 games, Quadrant send that straight back to Vatira. Instead, utilize the advantage that they had, realize that midfield for once was uncontested, and they do have themselves that 2-goal lead re-established. And Cash is floating it past everybody.
Oh.
Ixo and Cash have come online.
Loving this. It's actually once again threatening another 50-50 win, but Cash refused to give it to him. He does not want to flip into the ball, because every time that they commit to 50-50s, whenever they try and control the play, doesn't work out. It's the chaos that's, I think, allowing Quadrant to thrive right now. The more the ball is bouncing around rapidly, out of control, the more we're likely to see Quadrant pounce and capitalize on these positions. Great pass. Infield there from Cash. It was closed down well, though, by Karmine Corp. There's, way down in this game. I'm sure they're still going to be pressing for the comeback win here, though.
Look at how Quadrant are leaving players in front of the ball for a change, although this one is a bit of a 3v1 for now. The reinforcements are on their way, but Cash doesn't need any of them.
Yeah, I'm surprised not to see a better bump attempt on Cash from Exotic there. He jumped in his approach, and that really just took away all of his options. If he just stayed on the ground there, he could have jumped later to counter Cash's in and out save. It's very possible that he could fly up and connect with Cash as he's coming out of the top side of the goal. So very surprising to see a missed read there from Exotic on his approach. He was completely by himself. He bumps Cash there. It's a goal. Not able to connect to them. Cash with a fantastic in and out save.
Very decent pinch attempt there. Lane wave with Ixo to target. Instead takes the ball back down. And it's over for Ixo. Hat-trick hero Ixo. And relating wave. He's the one that started off this game on the player in form. And he's continuing it towards the latter half of this matchup. We already know that the timeout buff is real. We don't quite know yet if the birthday buff is real. But right now, that timeout has come well into effect.
It's yet another crushing victory. This is how Quadrant were able to start off their series in the semi-final today against Vitality, winning 7-1 against a team that eventually...
5 minutes there and thought you were all lying to me when I came back.
That double touch and defense from Cash into the back corner, safe as you like. I mean, they're not a terrible team defensively. I think they just have their moments, or at least they have this weekend had their moments where they just fall to pieces. So, you know, that's sort of why I want to see them just play as loose as possible, just play with, you know, full chaos. And it's worked out in this game. They just continue to try and attack as quickly as possible every single time they get the ball. If you're trying to bait in Karmine Corp to 50-50s, I think you're playing their game, but this is Quadrant's game. They just play in a way that the ball is never in a 50-50. It's always bouncing around, it's always pinging about, and they can use their quick read.
Oh, I like it.
Their speed. Oh, it's an immediate timeout from Karmine Corp.
I like it. The
I think so. I like it as well.
Get rid of the timeout buff.
Yeah, too often we do see teams just trying to play after a tough loss like this and just go for a mental reset without calling a timeout. But this time they have just called a timeout after one loss. Karmine Corp trying to put a halt to Quadrant's momentum immediately. Yeah, I totally agree with you. I love that.
I think they've just spotted something that they really don't like, because certainly there are words being shared right there. So something has been seen that either needs improving or can be taken advantage of from Quadrant.
Well, they've been outplayed in this game. For the first time.
Ixo hat-trick, Relating Wave. Full credit, Relating Wave is the one that got that one started.
Yeah.
And a rare occasion where Cash was just sort of, not necessarily a bystander because his defensive display was fantastic, but how often do we come to an end of a game like this, see a 5-1 and go, yeah, Cash was the good defender of the lot?
I think we might see more of that from Quadrant as time goes on. I expect to see Relating Wave, taking more of an aggressive role in the team. It does happen when you put a player like Wave in a team surrounded by mechanical geniuses, then you're gonna just get inspiration to do that as well. And he is, I think, underrated mechanically, but Quadrant for the first time in the series able to consistently outplay Karmine Corp. They were mostly preying on Karmine Corp mistakes for their previous goals, and then game 3 they just completely blow the dam wide open, score 5 past one of the best defenses in the world, maybe the best defense in Europe right now. Karmine Corp, bit of a head scratcher. I mean, this I think might be as much of a momentum killer timeout as it is an adaptation of strategy.
I mean, if they wanted to go off previous results, they should be reminded that after Quadrant managed the 7-1 Vitality, they did kind of lose the next one. What was it, 4-1? So if they want to go off history, then maybe they should have just let it run on. But instead, I've got the timeout, something, there have been words exchanged. One thing I did like there, Quadrant looked ecstatic over in their camp, Snasky behind them, and all of them full of bright smiles as we go over to Utopia Coliseum. Are we going to get this series all tied up? Or are Karmine Corp going to put themselves right back in the driver's seat? Timeout buff is gone, and instead it's over to KC.
And I know it's probably unintentional, but you did just say, "Are Karmine Corp?" and I love that. That's a great phrase, Shogun. So I'm going to keep bringing that one back. Karmine almost corped them right there with the immediate goal, but it's well dealt with, at least for the moment, by Quadrant. They're getting a bit boxed up at the near post here. This can be awkward. I mean, pro players can make this work. You don't want to try that one at home, but they've handled it well once again. And it's not a good clearing angle though. Ixo pinches it out into the middle again. I mean, these central clears are just going straight to Karmine Corp players.
Yeah, need to keep those ones going wide. They do have players sat in the right position for it. All played into the corner. Cash just loitering. Doesn't win the challenge. Oh my good. Vatira just took on 2 with no boost. And that's probably the greatest strength of Vatira, is that he is so good at not putting himself in positions where he has the excuse of, oh yeah, I couldn't get it to work, I didn't have boost. It's, okay, I don't have boost. How do I get this to work?
Phenomenal read on an infield pass there from Relating Wave. It would have been a tough one to stop from that range. He did not cut it off and relied on a goalkeeper to save it. This time it's Exotic cutting off the pass. Relating Wave all alone in defense. He gets behind the ball and plows right through 2 players. Continues to linger upfield, stay upfield for extended periods of time. I mean, Relating Wave there just chose to continue going for demos. He didn't immediately circle back and resume his 3rd-man position he's so well known for. Now it looks like they've just told Wave, no, get involved. Let's just send everything here. We're not going to win this one with a strategy of defense. We have to get in their faces. We have to play our game. And look at Quadrant thriving again. Itachi trying to go in field here. Going right into Cash, who was waiting for him and read him beautifully.
Yeah, Quadrant are no longer jumping at shadows. Itachi tried to be a bit cute with it. Did not work at all. Cash ready. Went for the challenge, took it the whole way, and now Ixo gets it at least past the first player. Cash over the top. Exotic called into action. That's bounced awkwardly for him. Support moving on in. It's Ixo! And Itachi keeps it out. It's a tough angle for Relating Wave to work with. Still tried to shoot. Ixo's got rid of one of them. Can't find the passing angle. Exotic had that one covered. But Quadrant are starting to rock and roll here. Got the first goal. Got rid of the timeout. If they take this, then suddenly that 16% they had coming into this series balloons, and everyone starts to look, this is a team that might take a regional, but they need to get the job done in this game.
You know, a very rare occasion might be upon us if Quadrant can win this. And we'll have no timeouts remaining for games 5, 6, and 7. We're just going to be playing back-to-back-to-back games, potentially. And I'm all for it. Quadrant have absolutely stepped up here. They have just attacked with a ferocity and a confidence that not many teams are able to do against Karmine Corp. Karmine Corp's defense, and the way that they control every engagement, makes even the best players and the best teams in Europe doubt themselves and start to question whether they really should be going for that ball. Really, should I be going for that challenge? Well, Quadrant aren't really thinking about that. They're playing with zero hesitation right now, full confidence, and it is working wonderfully.
Yeah, it's not about committing 80% to what you think might happen. It's committing 100% and just not worrying. Bye-bye. You are not getting anywhere near this. Wiped out by Itachi.
And this time, it works. Vatira, the easiest goal of the day for him. And, you know, I've got to point out that Relating Wave, I've been crediting him and I've been interested to see him lingering upfield for longer than I'm used to seeing from him. Often the player to dart back immediately, but I think that was one of those times where he probably should have prioritized recovering as quickly as possible instead of staying for that extra half a second to steal the corner boost away. I think he might have been able to catch up with Vatira if he just circled back immediately.
So 1-1, 80 seconds left here. And a massive swing game between these two squads, and everything's going wrong for Quadrant. One player whiff, 2 player whiff. The other one couldn't even really land on the floor properly, but instead they've now burst back into life. Midfield, the Cash, and Exotic keeps it out. More importantly, made sure Ixo could not follow up.
That's a great save from Exotic. He, I think, just had a fantastic reading what Cash was doing. He just knew that Cash is likely to try and catch him pre-jumping across the goal there. He just stayed exactly where he was. And look at Exotic again. He's dodged the demo and made another key save. This one has no follow-up from his team, though. Relating Wave pushes it in. But really, Exotic needs some help here. You know, the clear is nothing to write home about, but where's the rest of the Karmine Corp roster? They're both turning on the far post wall. I mean, Exotic needs some help. Not the best clear, like I mentioned, but really, you can't ask more from him when he's under that much pressure.
No, when you're talking about 3 different touches, and every single one of those touches you are saying a new Quadrant player was involved, and every single one of them you're saying that the same player on KC was defending against it. Yeah, there's not really too much you can complain about from that one KC defender. Exotic needed the help, and now Itachi might be providing it in a different way. In comes Vatira.
Whoa!
There was a miss on the ball, and Cash would have been spamming the look at ball button afterwards, and it's not in. Now he's come in. and got the ball away from a loitering Exotic. Still 10 seconds left. Vatira right away from the corner. They've accepted 2v2. Ixo is back in. 4, 3, 2, 1. Gotta get rid. Ixo sees the ball to the floor. Quadrant 2, Karmine Corp 2.
I cannot believe Relate Wave just locked up Vatira in the corner and said, yeah, this is fine. This is not a problem. I'm just going to stay here. That's crazy. The fact that he was in position to enter the play more easily while his team's defending, and he just didn't bother. He just locked up Vatira. I mean, I'm not sure really who that 2v2 favored, but wow, what a bold way to finish.
That's the bit where I'm actually just like, I know there's a lot of people out there who will say, don't do that. Come on, it's the top level. But for both teams, there was a good reason to maybe leave that as it was. Because Renee was like, cool, I got rid of Vatira. Fantastic.
Yeah, no, well, he had no boost as well.
Mate, I'll
had no
happily.
boost. He's thinking, I've got no boost. I'm useless. I'll just stay here, make it a 2v2. And he's probably yelling, it's the 2v2, it's the 2v2. I've got no boost. But you know, I don't think it's. I think he probably could have done something. If he half flips in a position there, he's probably covering something. So, yeah, respect to Relating Wave there. That's bold. What an entertaining way to tie the series.
And again, if you're Vatira, your team's in a great position on that 2v2 to try and score. And now, speaking of 2-2, that is the scoreline of this series. Quadrant fought back into this and maybe able to keep this one out. They have for now. Have shown a different level to their defense, not just their offense. And what I'm liking at this point, Johnny, is that the touches in defense are now impactful. They're getting the ball away from the next man up. Rather than earlier on where Casey were able to run roughshot on that particular type of play. Now on the counter, Itachi had 2 players up against him.
Yeah, I think Quadrant have just made the perfect switch up. Zero hesitation, zero respect. They're, you know, if you could turn off nameplates, if you could have your opponents in the lobby named after Rocket League bots, I think that would be a great help for people playing against Karmine Corp. It's less intimidating. This is intimidating here, though. Vatira, almost save by Ixo. He denies the point-blank range finish by popping the ball into his own crossbar. Exotic was right there for it. Vatira will be devastated. He outplayed the entire team, and this time, there's no team for him to outplay, just an open net. He puts it in himself.
Vatira will think just about time, really. Ixo with the whip off the backboard. He will not be happy that we are sitting through this replay, and he has to relive that one. And that is a massive moment as well for KC, because when you get games like the last one that go against you, and then you don't score that, suddenly it starts to feel like just an inevitability that the game is starting to creep away from your hands. And they've got the 1-goal lead. But in all series, that first goal has not really meant all too much. Both teams seem to have the fight back within them.
You know, much more aggressive off-the-ball setup here from Karmine Corp in Game 5. Not sure if that's something Quadrant will be expecting. Karmine Corp have tried to just out-position them and have a superior, I think, spacing on the lobby. Every time a Karmine Corp player plays the ball, someone else is following up behind him. Anytime somebody challenges, someone's following up behind him. That's how they've beaten every team in this tournament so far. That's how they've been so dominant. But Quadrant haven't allowed them to really get into that zone, because whenever Quadrant have the ball, they just fire it in seemingly a random direction. That's a better save there from Ixo. Lamp in the near post. They're all on the same page, Quadrant, and that's what's making it work. If you're spread out, if you're ready for your teammates to just rush everything, you're going to be able to play off that just a little bit quicker than the opposition. Karmine Corp have really had all the pressure, all the territory so far in Game 5. We're past halftime, just 2 shots for Quadrant to write home about, and neither of them are memorable.
Much to your point as well about just taking that aggressive stance, that everybody has to be on the same page. If one player is doing it, it makes it pointless because nobody's going to be there to follow up.
Yeah.
It is an all or nothing style of approach, and that was 2 players. That was very much close to all of it gone for Karmine Corp. Demo as well, much needed challenge from Itachi. Get through the ball. And just more time ticking away without any reasonable opportunities created for Quadrant. KC, on the other hand, you'd think they're the team that are trailing at the moment. They have been very dominant across the field in terms of setting up possession, getting their opportunities. This one might be against them, however. Itachi doesn't really feel too much pressure. That's because none was heading his way.
Yeah, full control for Karmine Corp here. Such a solid team once they've got a goal lead. More prepared for those hard cuts, for those breaks of rotation that Quadrant have been surprising them with in games 3 and 4. You know, previously, Quadrant had clearly communicated that to one another. Just anytime you can turn on the ball and quickly advance, do it. We know we know anyone's gonna turn at any time, even relating wave. There's no leaving the ball to go through to a third man here. Looks like Karmine Corp have adapted to that now. They've realized, okay, Quadrant are just gonna go for everything. They're not respecting us. They're not leaving the ball to roll through. They're playing impatiently. And when a team's playing impatiently against you, you need to also play impatiently, but just be better, just be faster, just be more mechanical. And I think that's something KC can do.
It's just nullified their challenge game a little bit, although it has re-established itself in this game. And speaking of re-established, Vatira, how are you going to stop him when he's established this much field presence?
A monster of a pass across the field there from Itachi. Defense completely flat on that one from Relating Wave. He had boost. He was in the net. He just didn't expect the cross to go that high towards the back post. So he covered more than near post. Didn't want the drop down. Didn't want the direct shot to be a problem. Itachi just launched it over his head. This is going to be game 5 going to Karmine Corp. Double match point going to Karmine Corp. Barring a ridiculous chain of events. That's not a storyline we're going to need to think about, because it is a comfortable 2-0 victory for KC. We're back in the driver's seat.
I'm trying really hard to remember a Quadrant chance. Really, really hard. I'm not coming up with much in this one. Everything I'm thinking of is just Karmine Corp opportunities. So for Quadrant, I don't think you change anything. I feel like this was just one where Karmine Corp had the better execution of their plan, and you cannot afford to let this game force you to go back to what plan A was, because plan A is not going to happen in a series like this.
Agreed.
If Karmine Corp are going to peak in this fashion, fine. Make them. Keep them up to that sort of level, and maybe you can have a shot at this. But more importantly, 2 games. Win this one and go to the great equalizer in Rocket League Champions Field. But before then, Neo Tokyo and 5 minutes for Quadrant to find the answers.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think they've just got to keep on playing their game, keep on playing as aggressively as they can, keep on turning early, and trying to surprise Karmine Corp. I mean, Karmine Corp started to see it coming a little bit more. They started to anticipate the early challenges, anticipate the breaks rotation that Quadrant have been going for. I mean, there's one from Cash, just diving right back towards the ball in the play and dispossessing his opponent. I think that they'd rather go out playing like that than go out stuck in their net like they were in game 5, and even as well in game 2.
And the more and more that they play in this fashion, if they can establish any sort of pace dominance, it reopens up Ixo and Cash's play style. Right now, this is not their starter series. They are good at playing the pace game. They would rather have a little bit of time to set up that first touch. There's Cash, yes, setting himself up here, but no real threat onto the goal. Looking for a little bit of boost to steal as he's on his rotation out. Relating Wave a little bit too far forward now. Can he get there in time? Just able to palm the ball away, but look at the amount of time that Vatira's getting. Boost management will be crucial here for Quadrant. If they cannot keep that in check, then KC will just take over as Ixo tries to find a way out, and Exotic pre-jumps him and says, nah, mate, you're not having that today.
Looks like Karmine Corp are they're so comfortable when they've got Quadrant in front of them. When they can see all 3 Quadrant players, they just know exactly what to do. They know exactly how to counter what's coming towards them. I've actually got Relating Wave disconnecting here, so we will have a pause. But yeah, unfortunately, for the start here for Quadrant,
they took your
more
advice,
the same.
Johnny. You really are comfortable when you can see all of us? Bye-bye.
Yeah, it's a good point. You can't see Relate Wave anymore. he's gone. Yeah, I think it's not looking great for Quadrant so far. Obviously, Relating Wave will get back to the match, then it's going to look better. But this is not what they want. They want a chaotic match. They don't want an organized rotation for both teams where everybody's taking their turn going for the ball, and then it comes down to controlling 50-50s, controlling challenges, timing challenges, timing perfect spacing as you come in behind a teammate or who's challenging or making a play. That's where Karmine Corp thrive. For Quadrant, they need to make this unpredictable. They've got to get into weird positions. They've got to start surprising Karmine Corp again. So if Karmine Corp can just keep on sitting all three behind the ball, or at least all three behind the play where they can see all of the information that Quadrant have got, I think Karmine Corp just close this one out.
And Karmine Corp just having fun with it right now. I mean, they know that their work is done. They are now qualified after Vitality lost their previous matchup, so they're already good and ready to go for Rotterdam. And what a performance and what a representative we will have from Europe. But for Quadrant, I mean, I'm a believer now. They are standing their ground in this. I do feel like they've been a step behind KC, but this is also a team of relative newcomers when it comes to this sort of level. You know, not just the high level, the highest level of Rocket League. So we are going to be going back to kickoff. 3 minutes 27 on the clock, and maybe one of the least controversial restarts on the kickoff that we are ever going to get, Johnny.
Yeah, pretty simple in there. Clear disconnect. There he is.
Yep, he's gone. He's not there. We might as well get him back in. So here we go, back to Neo Tokyo. First goal, massive in terms of deciding whether or not we will require that Game 7 in a series that, at least in a somewhat odd sense, saw the timeouts used very early on.
Ooh.
What a save that is. Karmine Corp out swinging from the restart.
Relate Wave's been removed from the play here, but Exotic didn't have an option in the middle. He wanted his third man to move in there. Sierra decided against it. Didn't want to take that risk. Didn't want to play for the all-in move. They're waiting for a better one, and there it is. Don't know how much of this was communicated. Since it's Karmine Corp, you've got to imagine that that's intentional. Look at, yeah, it is indeed. Itachi leaning away from the play. He's faking an air dribble. He's calling that, so Vatira knows the entire time. And he just fires it into the, well, partially open net. 1-0 KC.
Oh, good opportunity.
Oh, what a save!
Itachi keeps it out, keeps that 1-goal lead. Cash moves it, he is outpaced. Ixo towards the backboard, that's not a shootable angle for him though. And the boost has been stolen away, now to Relating Wave. Goes backboard, they need some passing plays. Are they going to be able to 1v3 outplay KC? You gotta say that it looks unlikely. Now Vatira, pass, shot, not on target. Back to the opposite side of the field. Ixo looking to chase down. He's not got it on that side. Relating Wave waits on the far side. Vatira back over to Itachi over on that right side of the field. 2 players committed. Quadrant want to fight for this ball.
Wow.
They've got to fight back from 2 goals down.
All lateral movement from Karmine Corp. Vatira air dribbling across the field, manages to get 2 players to jump up and challenge him. They were ready. They were expecting him to just air dribble straight on net. But Vatira, not for the first time this series, while his team leads by 1, just plays the ball laterally, just goes sideways, no rush, full patience. And now full control for KC. Cash trying to get something started, but doesn't look like much. Oh, Ixo's managed to get in first on the play, and that's the 3rd man commitment that Quadrant much needed.
You are not going to get another chance like that against KC. For Cash to have that kind of space to play the ball, something needed to come from it. 1 goal, Quadrant. Can you go and find it? Not the kickoff yet again. Ixo can look for Exotic.
Oh.
And Exotic just past everybody. Now going to waste the time. He's got past 2 players. Exotic! What a play!
The Fennec is a double jump beast. Just no mechanics needed, just double jump into the ball. I swear I see Fennec do this so much more than Octane. I don't know why it is. But this car is just the perfect car for 50-50s and popping the ball quickly. There's nothing special, just basic mechanics. And oh my goodness, Exotic can do so much. What a save that was. I mean, he's doing so much for his team here. Ridiculous pre-jump there. Insane read. Can they keep the hold on this Google lead for now? Yes, they can.
Vatira, even knowing that the player was behind him, just did not trust it. Knew that he wanted to try and play for the block. Ixo needs to avoid Itachi. Does exactly that. Minute and a half, relating wave off the backboard. That's going to bounce awkwardly, but it's exotic. That's the first one to it. Booms the ball yet again. But this is back to what Quadrant didn't like in games 1 and 2. Just trying to clear the ball for the sake of it. They've got to find teammates when they clear. Otherwise, they're just wasting time and wasting possession.
Yeah, they are going to just send everybody here. Final minute, 2-goal deficit. I mean, it's either you concede more, which has happened here, as Exotic gets the 4th for KC. You know, can't really blame Quadrant for over-aggressing here. Oh, Cash was worried about the bump. He's leaned away from that when he's worried about getting bumped mid-air. Tries to go for a very precise touch. It looks like that wasn't even what Exotic was going for. Exotic's trying to block him. Maybe Cash trying to play around that block as well. Tough. It's very tough to cover every angle there for Cash. Karmine Corp, they're just playing too well in this game. That's the crazy save from Itachi. They're just doing everything right in Game 6. Looks like they are just moments away from their first regional victory as a team with their new lineup.
A first ever regional victory for Itachi and Exotic. They've not done it before. They will get there first. It's as good as confirmed at this point. Maybe Cash and the rest of them can give a little bit.
Oh!
24 seconds. Quadrant, what have you got on the kickoff?
Well, we've not quite done yet. Thought with the way this game was going, surely Vatira would just sneak that one into the corner, but it stays in the goal. Like you mentioned, what have they got left? What kind of kickoff strategy are they going to go for? Okay, they've gone for the demo kickoff, but they didn't get the best follow-up from it. They connected the demo. Cash, in trying to clear the ball in target, has actually just been dunked on, and it's a fifth goal, for KC. But, you know, I've got to give credit where it's due. Quadrant tried something there. They tried to make it something different happen than a standard kickoff, which usually just goes into midfield play. Didn't work, but, you know, hats off to them for trying.
I think that's a very good way of describing most teams' experience up against KC, which is Quadrant did something good and KC scored. It's just how it seems to be against them. Second place at the last regional. They're going to add another one. 5 goals to Exotic's name. Doubt them now.
Wow. He was so underrated for so long. He's been around since Season 9, won the Rival Series promotion tournament in Season 9 before we opened up the circuit, and he's just been in the shadows waiting for his moment to step into the spotlight that entire time. Now here he is. He's in the spotlight, and in the last game, to win the regional, to win the European Fall Cup, it is Exotic, man in the middle, with 5 goals to his name, some brilliant defensive plays. We've got to give props as well, like I said, to Quadrant, who have really, I think, surprised a lot of people, myself included. They've really surprised me by showing up this huge and confirming themselves, pretty much confirming themselves, if not already locked in. I'm sure the desk will have that information for you. As a major team, it's happening for this lineup, but not enough today. Karmine Corp just too well-rounded, and yeah, the goals really did get ugly at the end there. Started this Karmine Corp, or rather, started to run up the scoreline just a little bit. Happens when you're trying to come for the, trying to push for the comeback.
Yeah, for Quadrant, there are more levels to find. They will know that. But it just seems like as Quadrant found the answers, Karmine Corp changed the question. Second place last time, first place in the Fall Cup. For Europe at the moment now, Johnny, Karmine Corp are that team, the ones that will go in as the favorites for our Invitational. Very rightly so, because they are just so solid. There is nothing for free against this team. And even when you figure them out, we saw in the last 2 games, it just was completely different. It was right back to the same sort of dominance. There are not many teams that have got that ability just to switch everything up in a way that does not disrupt their regular play style.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see. And, you know, Karmine Corp, they've had so many questions asked of them, changing 2 players from a very successful spring split last season But all those questions have been answered. All of the haters have been shut up, and now they're just the team to beat. So what a run as well. BDS in the quarterfinals, Moist in the semifinals, and now Quadrant, who are on an absolute tear through this tournament, undefeated. Karmine Corp are they're an incredible team. Whole world must be watching.
Well, we have had a fantastic time bringing you the full cup. To round out today, Leaf in the desk.
And I had a fantastic time listening to you two bring us that grand finals. Great job. Welcome back to the desk.
Well done.
Well done. Good job. Claps all around her.
Oh, frozen.
Cole and James Spot, and Cole is so
Why am I
stunned by the
frozen?
result.
I don't know why I'm frozen. Unbelievable. Where's that come from?
That is one of the luckiest.
At least it
freeze
froze
frames.
on a great
Yeah,
frame.
right?
Look
Like,
at that. That's impressive.
I don't
faces.
want to fix it. That is just, it looks like it was
Beautiful
planned.
smile,
Hi, everyone. This is me coming from the place of being frozen, apparently. Cool.
Beautiful smile. But James, we had a fun run again. I think in our brains we all knew, and you guys predicted K Corp to take this one, but Quadrant definitely had a couple moments of brilliance there, and I think overall the fact they got this far and had a fantastic run was great for the team.
Oh, certainly. And they really bagged a lot of points, sitting at 23 points right now. They're not locked in to the major yet, but they only have to win 2 series in the Swiss stage to lock in the major. So that is a very attainable goal for them. They've been very consistent, getting top 4, now top 2, making it to the finals. It's not, how you want to end the day. You definitely want to win, but I think after the dust settles a little bit for Quadrant, they are going to be very pleased with the performance that they had today.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to be. They performed well. Getting a couple of games against Karmine Corp the way they are today, you can't have too many complaints. So well done, Quadrant, but Karmine Corp, just the best team we have in EU right now, even coming into this event.
Yeah, overall, I think what's great for Karmine Corp, they've definitely solidified that this is the team to watch out for. Tides are shifting just a little bit now. It used to be that BDS talk, but K Corp is definitely the talk of the entire region now. I guess. Quick question though, Cole, do you think K Corp is the only one to beat now? Do you think they're that far ahead of the pack?
Yes, as of right now. I think that can easily change. I mean, they did have to struggle their way through Swiss, don't forget, but they've shown that adaptability, so maybe arguably this worked out perfectly for them anyway.
Hey, well, to talk about their win, Corelli is actually sitting by with Itachi. Let's go over.
Thank you very much, Leaf. I'm here with our regional champion, Itachi from Karmine Corp. Itachi, welcome to the stream, my friend.
Hello.
And congratulations. You guys finally break through, but on a personal note, your first regional win, that's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah. Really good feeling. We're extremely happy of this result.
Of course. I can see Vatira flexing. Look at those muscles behind him.
I have big muscles from Vatira.
Talk to me about, we can talk about Vatira in a second. Talk to me about Exotic, man. He had one heck of a series, especially to close it out. When this team came together, what were your thoughts on him initially, and what are your thoughts on him now?
Exotic is he's cracked. No one knew him the last season. He just came in the last split. He did a really good performance at the Worlds, and I always knew he was really, really good at the game, and he's just proving it. Like the last regional, this regional, he's just so good at this game.
Oh, absolutely. Do you feel like for you guys, the difference between, closing out this regional versus the last regional, was there a certain player or a certain thing that you guys thought about that kind of pushed you to the finish line here?
Yeah, the last regional, we were playing good, but at the end, we kind of I don't know, maybe we got tired, maybe we were a bit unfocused, but we learned from that, and today we didn't let that happen, and we just played well the whole series, and we got the W.
Yeah, absolutely. So talk to me. Let's move ahead a little bit here. You guys qualifying for major here. I want to get the Itachi take here on who you have your sights on. As K Corp, is there another team outside of your region at major that you want to beat and play on land?
Do I have to call just one or just one team?
No, you can do a couple if you want.
For me, Moist, BDS, maybe even Vitality, I think they can surprise everyone, even if they miss the first regional. I think even Quadrant, we just played them today and they were really good. For me, they can make the major, and it's going to be really stacked. The last region is going to be really fun to watch.
Do you have any dark horse picks for Europe qualifying for land then? I know you mentioned some of these teams here at the top. Is there a dark horse pick in your mind?
To be honest, I don't have any. No.
No. Okay. I guess for you guys going into this next regional, obviously again qualified for major. What's the big focus for you guys in the final regional of this split?
For us, like we don't care if we made, like we're extremely happy to make the major, but for us, we're just going to play the last regional as it is, like a normal regional, to give our best to win it and just to perform the whole season and to make the best results. Either it's a regional, a LAN, a major, a worlds. We're just going to play our best every time.
Be the best. I expect nothing less from the boys from K Corp. Itachi, thank you for coming on the broadcast. Any final words or parting wishes for the opponents on the other side?
Yeah, it was a really fun series. Like, you are really good guys, and I'm sure going to make another good result and make the major, and see you there.
All right. Thank you, Itachi. Thanks for coming on, and I hope you have a good night.
Thank you. Have a good night.
There it is. Good sportsmanship coming out as well. You like to see that in competitors, just knowing, hey, we're here to compete, have fun, and I expect to have some more fun playing against you guys in the future. Karmine Corp taking the dub. James Bot, again, I was asking Cole about this too, but it does feel like Karmine Corp is the definitive leader of the pack in the European region now. The other teams are going to strive to take down.
Yeah, I think they look like the best team in the world right now. Again, it's a French team that's dominating. It feels like some things change, some things don't. But overall, yeah, Karmine Corp, they are, I think, even looking at every region out there, they are the team to beat right now.
Big claim, the best in the world as well. I mean, says something about how well they have done in this event. It's a huge statement there, which is good to hear.
Cool. We take a look at the points here. Again, of course, Karmine Corp clinching their way to Rotterdam.
Yeah, congratulations to them, Karmine Corp. They will be the first European team joining us over there, joining Genji as well, who were the first in North America. Also, Quadrant need to, I believe, finish in the top 3, top 4 next time. No, that's wrong. They only need to win a couple of series.
They just need to win 2 series.
Yeah, they need to win 2 series in the Swiss next time out, and they'll be joining all of us in Rotterdam. So finally, Cash will make it to a LAN.
I wouldn't say that yet. Don't.
You're right. Sorry.
You've seen.
Take it back. No, don't clip this.
I'm just saying, you got to be careful because nothing's a given, especially
I'll be honest,
in Europe.
I'm not as happy as I look right now. I feel very guilty. I'm so sorry, Cash.
It's all your fault. Hey, well, I was gonna say, if do you think they're gonna make it? Cole, smile for yes. Perfect. All right. Hey,
Cole got me too.
Oh no, you're down. No. Yeah, hey, that's 2 people thinking Quadrant's going though. Oh, this is too spooky. This is getting way too spooky. Okay. Well, before we get out of here, quick final thoughts. Super happy, James. What do you think of the weekend? What do you think of the region?
Oh, you look
I'm just so happy for K Corp. They did it. They made it all the way to the end and finished the job. Exotic was incredible. I just think, please take it easy on my NA teams. That's all I gotta say. Europe, have some mercy.
As for me, I just think, Leaf, your camera has got way too many frames per second, man. My eyes are getting blurry just looking at you.
Oh, it's getting spooky.
Oh,
it's getting spooky
my
in here.
goodness.
Okay.
He's moved to Australia. Yummy Cheeseman has joined us.
Okay, well, we need to get out of here. Something weird's going on. So I just got to say thank you guys for joining us. But the European Fall Cup does come to a conclusion here. Congratulations to K Corp on Rotterdam and the win, and every other team that joined us. But we're going to head out to Spooky. Have a great Halloween, a great weekend, and we'll see you soon.
I'll save myself. I'm searching for with a break of a day to follow away to you. 'Cause at the end of the day, I ain't looking for no reason to change. 'Cause everything is good for you.